diversity. It's thinking about what's the way that I can bring everyone round the table in this scenario, and whether that's in a in-person gathering where there's 10 people, how can everyone speak up? Can we be proactive in making sure quieter people are given time to express themselves? But it's also when we think about whether that's planning an event or planning a piece of content, making sure that we pull people from lots of different communities and also intersectional communities where there's more than one thing that might make them diverse or different, and making sure that we're lifting those voices up. So, for example, in an event, I might think about, how many different races that we have represented, but I also want to think about the gender, I want to think about sexual orientation, I want to think about where people are from and what their life experiences are, and are they neurodiverse? Do they have any disabilities? So it's great to have all of these things in your mind and just think, what different things can people bring to the table when everyone's included?
So for me, everyone needs to feel included, because I want everyone to have the same opportunity to learn from each other and to learn and to discover. So naturally, everything that excludes people from opportunities to learn is something that in my eyes needs to be fixed. And every day still I learn about how my thoughts or my actions can exclude people. And I try to eliminate those one by one. But it also makes me realize that inclusion is not an end goal that you can achieve and then you can move on with your life. It's something that needs work constantly. It's more than an end goal. It's sort of an ongoing activity. Active is in you can't open an opportunity like a call for speakers for your event and then think that they will come. You need to actively go to people that you would otherwise maybe not reach because they don't read your Twitter, and actively go out there and include them in whatever you want to achieve.
For me, being inclusive means considering points of view that are very different than yourself. That one's the obvious one. But the second part that I think is really important is to work with people on the solution. So don't create a solution that you think will work for people, put it in front of them and say, does this work for you? Yes or no? It's more really understand what are the challenges the other person is facing, then work with them to co-create a solution that will work for them, but also all of the other audiences. So while being inclusive may seem like incredibly time consuming at the beginning, it's the only way to guarantee that your product or service will be usable and appreciated by all kinds of people.
It's important to be accessible because you have customers. Now, if you were to do everything in one shade of gray, so for example, to cater for your website in red and the errors in red, 1 out of every 20 men are colorblind. So you would exclude those people from catering for your website. If you were to cater for everyone with perfect eyesight, you would exclude the silver generation, the generation over age 65, who have failing eyesight. Like myself, I use glasses. So to cater for the average is to exclude everyone else. And we saw this when the US Department of Defense was catering for the perfect cockpit for their pilots. And they brought in 4,000 people and they measured them up and they said, cool, let's create the cockpits for that average person. And people started dying and planes started crashing. So they re-looked at the study and they realized that it wasn't comfortable for anyone and they couldn't even fly the planes. So they made it adjustable. And now we benefit from that technology in our car seats, because now instead of having just the average car seat, you can adjust it to accommodate all of those individual drivers. And it's the same with software. If we adjust it for everyone, they won't even know that they have accessibility requirements. They'll just adjust it to their liking, and you've catered for all of your customers, all of your developers, and everyone who wants to use your product.
Well, most of the time I feel included. But there are still occasions when I feel not taken seriously, or I feel undervalued.
So I certainly feel included. I have lots of privilege as an individual. I speak the English language. I am based in a country that has lots of resources. And in terms of captioning, which is probably the only accessibility requirement I have myself, I find that most people have really adapted to that. I guess one area where that doesn't exist is sometimes with live streaming. Captioning isn't always available. And as we go back to being a bit more in person, as I've said before, sometimes I feel a bit excluded when I'm in a really noisy place. So I'm trying hard to make sure that I don't put myself in that position. But in general, yes, I do feel included.
I'm not sure if I feel included. As I grew up with a person with a hearing loss, I always felt excluded. And I was always wondering about communication. I was confronted every day with miscommunications, with everyone around me talking in a spoken language, trying to communicate with me. And I always felt very lonely, as I had no way of communicating, and it was impossible to gain knowledge. I became very frustrated in my environment. After a while, when there was more technology available, if there was a person who couldn't sign or could not understand my communication, who was mumbling, and I had a very hard time lip reading that person, even though I practiced for hours and hours, I still felt very uncomfortable. But if I met friends who were used to me and who I could sign with, I felt just, amazing. I felt as an equal, because I could communicate equally with them, and I learned a lot. So when I, had an interpreter as well, I learned through interpreting services, which was an amazing opportunity.
Yes and no. I think I feel included in certain communities, whereas if you enter another community, that can look very different. So when I look at, for instance, the Ruby community, or maybe even sort of the DevOps community, then yes, I feel like I belong there. And then there's other communities where it's much harder, and it almost seems like you need to prove yourself worthy of belonging to that group.
So I'm South African. I'm born in Johannesburg, and I was born in a time that accessibility and what we called them at the time, handicapped people, weren't really understood nor catered for. So when I grew up, a lot of the accessibility requirements to cater for someone of my stature, and I wasn't even 4'1" there, I was even smaller, couldn't really be matched. So I had to kind of, what we called bolt on for a lot of the requirements. When I sat on a chair, when I wanted to reach something, even when I wanted to learn how to drive, I had to kind of make sure that everything was kind of higher and adjusted for my liking. But it wasn't really that when I would approach someone who was catering for me understood my requirements, because accessibility wasn't on the top of their mind. It was always, we'll do it after the fact. We'll bolt it onto your car. We'll bolt it onto your chair. We won't really design the product to cater for that. So that really was kind of one of my inspirations to pursue as an accessibility advocate, to make sure that people on the top of the mind, it's not bolt on, but rather cater for everyone with their unique accessibility needs, based on my experience as I grew up.
I grew up in a place in the US called Detroit, Michigan. Detroit is a fairly low income area. So testing young people and students for dyslexia or ADHD was not a thing that we did in Detroit public schools. Part of it was just lack of awareness, and the other part was lack of resources to do that. So I have always had dyslexia, but I didn't realize it. It manifested itself in me looking at words on a page or on a screen and them all getting jumbled up when I got nervous. So it really manifests itself when people are looking at me. Now, I was labeled as having stage fright and being shy throughout my childhood. And that was an identity I grew up with this thought that I am not good at talking in front of people. I have stage fright, I am shy. These are all things I said over and over again. So I didn't not feel included. I just felt labeled by something that was not exactly accurate, because now I speak for a living in front of millions of people every year. And I don't have stage fright, nor am I shy, but I do have dyslexia.
So sign language is a visual language, as a visual modality. And there are lots of features in sign language. First of all, it's closely related to a culture. And many people always assume that sign language is international, but every country has their own national sign language. So we have Dutch Sign Language in the Netherlands, NGT. You have American Sign Language, for example. You have British Sign Language, which is very different from American. You have French Sign Language. So they're all different sign languages across the world, and they're very different from each other. So it's definitely not universal, but in sign language, there are many global features that sign languages have in common as a visual language.
Whether or not online events are more or less inclusive than sort of the physical events, I think that depends. So if these events are maybe more affordable, have optimized their code of conduct to work for sort of the virtual space, not only the code of conduct itself, but also the reporting mechanisms, that they don't say like walk up to the person with a staff shirt on and report your issue, because, well, you can't actually walk up to that person with a staff shirt on. So then if it offers captioning, if it offers maybe sign language interpretation, if the event page and the platform are accessible, then maybe yes, because then you would only need an internet connection and a device, and maybe have to purchase the ticket, but hopefully it's a little bit more affordable or even free, then yes.
I do think that online events are more inclusive and accessible. I myself like to watch on-demand events at a very fast pace, sometimes at 2 times the pace, and then I also put the captions at the bottom, because I suffer also from something called generalized anxiety. So I get really anxious and I get really hyper sometimes. So as a result, I don't like to just sit there and stare at an event. I like to watch things very fast, and then I can keep my attention. Else, I just go off and don't watch it. And that's just one kind of accessibility requirements.
So online events, if you look at it, how much they are accessible, I would definitely say that that's the case. Prior to COVID, I would have to travel to a place, and I would not have any access there, and I would be very frustrated because there were barriers. Now I'm at home and I can, really easily communicate, because I can put an interpreter on screen any moment that I want. I can have live captioning, I can have sign language interpretation, I can enlarge the image of the interpreter as well. So that makes communication a lot easier when you're talking about an online event. Although I must say it is quite exhausting, because you constantly have to look and focus on the screen. I can't, like persons who can hear can just look the other way and not focus on the screen all the time, but I need to look at the screen constantly in order to get the information. I have no moment of rest. So I need to communicate via the screen in all ways, in visual ways, in text ways, in any ways. So I always have to look at the screen to communicate. And, I also have to look sometimes really closely to see the interpreter, because I can't enlarge the interpreter. And I don't really like that. So with an online event, if there's a possibility to enlarge the size of the interpreter, that's great.
I think that certainly they can be less inclusive just because not everyone identifies with an online event in the way that they identify and participate with an in-person event. But on the same, on the other side of the coin, so to speak, there are people who really don't enjoy in-person events, that have really loved the fact that we offer events online, especially through the pandemic. And I think that, certain people, perhaps, for example, the people that do require captioning have, and I'm one of those people that really enjoys having captioning. We found it really, really positive in some ways that so many events are online because the captioning is available, and that's something that you really rarely saw at an in-person event or meetup, was that opportunity to have that. The main thing for me about online events has really been bringing people together from different places, and we can't do this with in-person events. We can't say, oh, we've got a meetup in London tonight. Could you just, fly from Johannesburg to speak for half an hour? We can't do that in an in-person event. But on an online event, we can absolutely be inclusive of people from different parts of the world, people that are less able to travel. So I've really enjoyed that. And certainly when I'm planning an event in London, I'm always thinking, well, how can we include voices from all around Europe and all around Africa? After all, they're in the same time zone, so why not include them at the same time as well?
I feel that online events are both more and less inclusive, depending on the event and the person. And part of the reason I say that is because when an event is online, someone who may have a mobile disability or someone who might not be as comfortable being out in the world are able to attend and watch and listen and understand. The reason I say they're less inclusive is because people who are at home, they have less opportunity to go out into the world and build relationships with others. So while it might be more inclusive in terms of absorbing content and learning, it's less so in terms of building relationships with other people so you can be more involved. Like, for example, if we were at a real conference, then we would be able to sit down with people and say, what can we do to the speaker room to make it more inclusive? Should we have, interpreters in the front? Should we have audio description type people who do audio descriptions for others throughout the room? When it's Q&A time, we want to provide an opportunity for all kinds of people to be able to ask those questions. So those are easier to do in person, co-creating with people in real life. But I do believe that having events be online opens it up to millions of people all over the world, many of whom wouldn't have been able to travel to do an in-person event.
If organizers would like to provide sign language interpretation services, first of all, I think that's really important. But they need to also keep in mind that there's quite a diversity of people who use sign language interpretation services. So first of all, they need to check which sign language the deaf person would prefer. Is it international sign? Is it a national sign language? And what is the source? Is the presentation, for example, in English, or is the presentation in another spoken language? So all these, that language regime or those choices have to be kept in mind. It's also very important to discuss this within the team and with the deaf person, what they would prefer. So, ask the interpreter, ask the deaf person, make sure that it's collaboration between all stakeholders. Don't just get any interpreter and then ask the deaf person, but really make it a discussion and make sure that everyone is happy with the service provided themselves, but also the person who uses the interpreting service. And when looking at the screen, for me, it's very important that there's not any visual noise in the background of the interpreter. So there's a plain background, which is calm, as a plain color, and has quite a contrast with the interpreter, him or herself. So I can really see the interpreter well from the background. In addition, as said, it should be a reasonable size of where the interpreter is displayed so I can see the interpreter well. And thirdly, the interpreter also needs preparation material before the event so they can actually understand what the topic is, if there's any specific terminology or technical terminology, so the interpreter will be able to deliver a better quality service.
For me, a code of conduct is sort of an agreement between even you and me, how we want to coexist in the event, in the situation, in the context that we're in. And by adopting and promoting a code of conduct, organizers have something to point to when one of the participants shows behavior that is excluding other people or is maybe even actually harmful to other people, and they have something to point to and say, like, we in our code of conduct state that this is the behavior that we will not tolerate, and if we see any kind of this behavior, this is how we will follow up on it.
Inclusive language basically comes down to having language, using language which doesn't exclude anybody.
One of the things that I would definitely say is stay away from very gendered language. I've seen copy that is then about the developer, and then in the next sentence he refers to the developer, where I think I'm a developer, but if apparently he is the only pronoun used for developer, then maybe I was wrong.
Inclusive language is an ongoing art form, first of all, because what we would consider inclusive 5 years ago, we would consider quite exclusive right now. Like, for example, in the disability community, something that many people prefer is person with disability language, meaning I would say, I am someone with dyslexia rather than a dyslexic person. That was something I learned recently. Another one is just having an audio description at all, meaning introducing myself by how I look before I start giving my talk. That itself is inclusive language.
So I'm part of the LGBTQI+ community and often get asked, how can we be inclusive of this community in our events? And the truth is, this community is made up of many different subgroups of people. So I am a gay man, and I obviously have an affinity with many parts of the LGBTQI+ community. Instead of thinking just about running an event for LGBTQI+, I often think about how can we break down what brings this community together. And there's 3 things that are really important. There's sexual orientation, which is is someone gay or lesbian or pansexual. There's gender identity, and that's in terms of how do you feel inside you, like a man or a woman or non-binary or something in between. And then there's gender expression, which is do you I don't know how to put this, do you act very masculine or very feminine, or are you somewhere in between, or do you identify in some other way? And the best way of thinking about this is, just like I said before, find the different voices and people that are in different places, and then you can be inclusive more generally. And don't just think about where people are in the LGBTQI+ community. Also always think about, where are these people? Are there other things that are diverse about them in an intersectional way, and how can we include those people? But it's never an easy ask, and I would say for anyone that wants to be more inclusive of LGBTQI+ communities, have a look at some of the local non-profits in your area and learn more. By learning more, you will be able to be more inclusive.
So 3 things that I would advise to make things accessible is to always ask the person what they need, what kind of service they need to have the event accessible. So that's the first. Then there are lots of experts that you can also ask, with whom you should collaborate, and really they could give you advice on how to make things accessible or your event accessible. And the third one, I would really like to ask this, is that yes, we should have a sign language interpreter on screen, but we would also need something where the presenter does not comment and focus on the interpreter on screen. I don't like it that, the interpreter is there to interpret, but you see that people who are on screen or our presenter are always commenting on the interpreter, and that really is not appreciated. So I'm just wondering, I'm just pleading to everyone who's watching now and who I'm talking to please not comment on the interpreter, because they are actually interpreting. They're there to interpret and nothing else.
3 things that people putting on events should be doing. 1, reach out to your friends or people in your community who have disabilities, people who are blind, people who are deaf, people who may have a neurodivergence, and ask them, what are some things you've seen done well? And what are some things you'd like to see done better at online events or in-person events? And really listen to what their takes are and their insights, because you do not know. You want to co-create that with them. So that's 1. Second thing, once you make a list of accommodations, publicize them. This is not a secret. Your accommodations aren't the witness protection program. Publicize them and say, our events, we will have a sign translator, caption options, these languages, a transcript, an opportunity to have focus mode. Everything is recorded so you can consume it after. What are the accommodations you're putting into place? So make sure you spell them out and make them available to everyone. And the third thing is ask for feedback after, so that you can take what you've done, but also test it with this audience for the event, and then have a debrief after with anyone with disabilities who wants to participate, and learn what you can do better next time. It's the only way we're going to put on better events, by co-creating with the audiences we want to have.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our keynote. So today we have a keynote by Marie van Driessen. And Marie works at VPRO Broadcasting Company as an interaction designer with a focus on accessibility. As a designer, she is fascinated by how people interact with digital products and each other. So Marie's focus is to design proper, meaningful, and inclusive solutions. She also teaches UX and UI at University of Applied Sciences in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Her preferred pronouns are they or she. Fun fact, she loves cooking. Actually, she loves cooking so much that her Christmas tree is fully adorned with Christmas ornaments in the shapes of food. For instance, ice cream, carrot, croissants. So today, Marie will talk a bit about websites. Websites are a very visual medium, so therefore you might think that they work perfectly for people who are deaf. But is that actually true? Marie, please take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hi everyone, I am Marie. I will describe myself shortly. I am a cis white woman. I have blonde hair. I have a knot on top of my head. I have blue eyes, a very prominent yellow blouse, and I am using sign language because I am deaf. I have interpreters here who will be interpreting into English. So I'm going to talk about inclusive design today. It's more than you hear. I would like to start off with a short story first. It has to do with the GDPR. So I use the train many times to go to work, and I have a subscription, and I wanted to change something, and it took a very long time to get that sorted through chat, so I wanted to have direct contact through the phone. And we can use interpreting services, so video relay service, to call someone. And I wanted to pose my questions through my subscription, and first they said, because of the GDPR, you have to give your consent for this conversation. So I was totally okay with that. I consented, I signed yes, and it was interpreted into Dutch through the interpreter. But that turned out, the woman on the phone said that is not an option. You have to say yes yourself. So I had to say, I wanted to say, I said yes, and I signed it. And then they told me I had to use my voice to say yes. So we had a discussion about that I said, I'm signing yes in my own language, and it's being interpreted, so that's complete. And then eventually I had to use my voice to say yes anyhow. And I had the feeling that something was off about this situation. But it happens a lot of times, so not only with the Dutch railways, but also with other government agencies, how they handle the GDPR and the interpreting service. So, what is being deaf? What is it like to be deaf? And of course, that means that you can't hear, but there's more to it. There are two viewpoints to being deaf. There's the medical and the cultural perspective. The medical perspective is written with the lowercase d, and it is used to describe someone who has a hearing problem. And the capital D is used by deaf people who identify themselves as a culturally deaf, and they have a Strof deaf identity, and usually they use sign language. But I have to say, there's a disclaimer to this definition, who uses the capital or the small d to describe themselves, because this is a discussion right now. But I wanted to show you that there's a difference between the writing with the small d and the capital D. So deaf people who identify themselves as deaf usually use a sign language. So for example, Dutch Sign Language is my native language. But we are aware that sign languages are not a pantomime or gestural simple codes based on a spoken language. They are real languages that are visual spatial languages. We don't have a natural written form in sign language. There is a grammar and a syntax that is totally different from spoken languages, and they are heavily making use of facial expressions to convey meaning and emphasis. Usually I get this question if sign languages are universal languages. What you can see here, these are 3 ways to say yes, and actually I would have had to pick the sign for no, because the answer is no, it's not universal. So all languages are different. And so, for example, there are 2 sign languages for English. And you could actually compare deaf readers with second language readers or second language learners. So just be aware that for deaf people, we are not a disabled community, we're actually a cultural community. And so the dominant language of the country that deaf people live in is usually not their first language. And so that's something to keep in mind. And we fall in between communities, the disabled community and the hearing community. We stand in between because we don't need physical adjustments whatsoever. It's more a cultural and a linguistic adjustments that we need. I get many questions about deaf people, and this is one of them, that they say, deaf people can read our content, so it's fine if it's written, but that is not the case. And that's because Dutch Sign Language is not the same as written Dutch. And the same goes for British Sign Language compared to written English. Those are different languages. I would like to show you an example of how these languages differ from each other. So here is the English sentence. Would you like to have lunch with me, is how I would say it in English. And I would sign it as you, me, lunch, go. So there's a different grammar there in signed language. And there's another example. The yellow ball is in the cupboard. And in sign language, I would sign the cupboard, ball, yellow, inside. I want to emphasize that there's another grammar in sign language, but there's no one grammar perfect or better than the other grammar of a language. It's just a different grammar. So for example, you could compare the grammar of English with French. Those are also different grammars being used. Something else I'd like to point out is that we're a small but a quite diverse group. The biggest group we have in deaf community is the one with additional abilities, so learning difficulties or intellectual disabilities, all those kinds of things. And so the second group is the group where the spoken language of the country is their second language, which I just mentioned. So in the Netherlands, for deaf people, Dutch is their second language. And the smallest group on top is the bilingual group, who can sign and speak or write the language equally, but that's quite a small group. So let's focus on designing for the deaf, but actually for everyone. You have to identify the problem first, and then you can recognize exclusion. And then, of course, you can look at inclusive design. But keep in mind that there's no one-size-fits-all, and I will give you some tips for the design, which you could use, and that could also benefit a lot of other people. So first off, which is quite important, writing for the web. And actually writing in general, actually. I will give you a few pointers. And if you use these pointers in your design, it means that the readability will be much improved for deaf people, but also for many others. And I will talk a bit about that now. So 1 in 6 Dutch adults have difficulty in reading, writing, and or calculating. And for deaf people, that's even higher. So it's 70% of the people are functionally illiterate people. And so the dominant language is not their first language, and that's it's that because of that. And so you can use these pointers. I will tell you about these to improve readability. So first off, use headings and subheadings. Make 1 point per paragraph. Use short sentences, so 7 to 10 words per line. Use bulleted lists, such as this one. And use easy, accessible language whenever it's possible. So write in a journalistic style, make your point, and then explain it. And write in an active form. And avoid unnecessary jargon and slang that can increase the user's cognitive load. Also, use images, diagrams, or multimedia for a visual translation of the content. And chunk your content. Use the white space. And one important point is include a glossary for specialized vocabulary and provide definitions in a simpler language. It can be used for medical jargon or legal terminology. Subtitles is, of course, a very good solution. I have to say I love subtitles, but I have to explain the difference between subtitles and closed captions. So subtitles are usually used in a dialogue, and they're representing in written form what the dialogue entails. So usually it's also used to translate into another language. And that is for people who can hear, so they can understand what is said. And closed captions is something different. Actually, every sound is being translated in written form, so not just the dialogue, but also sounds that are heard. And this is a very good solution, I must say. So personally, I love reading. I don't have any problems with reading subtitles or closed captions. But the problem is that there are synonyms used in language, wordplay, or all kinds of jokes, and that can be tough for deaf people to understand them. And usually subtitles go very quickly, so that's hard for deaf people to stay focused and understand it at the same time. And what I said before is that there's no natural written form to sign language. So if you provide subtitles for people who don't have a written form of their own language, then that can be quite a paradox and a problem. But I have to say, generally subtitles are very valuable to add. And they're widely used, actually. So all the videos online usually have captions. On Facebook, there is an 85% of videos that have being watched without sound with subtitles. And you can see 80% of people who watch videos with closed captions are not deaf or hard of hearing. So actually, you are the users of subtitles and closed captions. So there are many advantages to closed captioning. I will name a few. So the captions make videos accessible for a wider audience, and also for people who are non-English speakers or second language learners. They can be very helpful, and for deaf and hard of hearing people as well. And you probably experienced it yourself when sitting in the train, when you forgot headphones or earphones. You can just watch a video without sound with subtitles. Also important to note for YouTube, for example, is that closed captions can boost the video SEO. Keep in mind, though, that you shouldn't use burned-in captions, but you should add it as an SRT file. And so subtitle has one use, and it's to translate the message, and it's not to test the language knowledge of the audience. So you don't have to literally translate just like this. So if you're watching a tennis game and they say tic-tac in the subtitles, that's usually not necessary. What is also more widely used now is transcripts for videos and podcasts, which works very well, actually. So for deaf or deaf-blind people, they can be transcribed. And I have to say, for the average deaf person, this can be a problem too. Just like I mentioned, so they don't have a natural written form of their own signed language. So it's very hard to read a long transcript, a big chunk of text, and which is also a specific translation of the spoken language too. But I have to say, it is it's a good solution, but keep that in mind when you transcribe. Another option which I really like is multimedia solutions. So the content is being translated by a native signer. And the native signer is a person who is deaf themselves and who is a native, somebody who knows the sign language by birth. And that way, for deaf and hard of hearing people, the site is completely accessible. It does have one disadvantage because it's very costly and time-consuming. So if you translate a text and something changes, you have to re-record the whole thing. But I have to say, a lot of deaf people really like this option, and also for medical, tough information, and legal terminology, all sorts of things, it's a very good solution. Personally, I have to say I'm a very impatient person, so I want to scan a text really quickly and just get the info from that, but for other people, as I can tell, this works really well. So when talking about online forums, I want to ask you to please try to give more options when filling out a form. So give people the option to choose for themselves how they contact you. Do you always have to give up a phone number is something I would want you to ask yourself. So give people the option to write in a comment field and say why they want to be contacted in a certain way. And so for a lot of official instances or organizations, they have a do not reply email, or they always just give up a phone number. And I have to usually go to a contact form again and back and forth just to get in touch. And it takes a lot of time, so please try to avoid this. And this is something which is quite important. So when you have a contact form, when you're ordering something or you're trying to ask a question, usually it's obligatory to give up a phone number. So you have your name, your email, and your phone number, and it's all required. And this is something I really don't like, because I have to give in my phone number, and I will tell you why I don't like it, because this is what happens. So this is a capture of my phone, and you can see I was called about how many? Let me count. 9 times in total by a phone number, and it was all about, I think, in a time period of 4 days. So it was the same phone number calling me over and over again, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't do anything with it. So it's a nuisance to have this happen to you. Which is something that is very positive right now, that many municipalities, for example, in Utrecht, in the Netherlands, they actually give an option to get in touch with them through a sign language interpreter. So you can see it right here, that option. So you can make your phone call through an interpreting service, so you don't have to ask an interpreter yourself, but it's already provided. And so this way, they take the responsibility for the access. The World Health Organization used to define disability as a personal health condition, but that changed, and now they say that disability is mismatched human interaction. Eva Westerhoff, she has a very nice quote that I wanted to include. It's, "I don't have a disability, but society imposes the disability upon me." And all these examples that I gave you, it's actually others that make things inaccessible to me and to deaf people in general. I wanted to show you and talk to you about design thinking. A lot of designers think about solutions for design, and they want to make sure that people can do their thing online. And design thinking has a total of 5 phases, and it starts with empathize, define, and ideate. Then there is prototype and test. So these are 5 phases of design thinking. And design thinking is a system built on empathizing and empathy, because you can't possibly reach everyone. So you try to empathize and put yourself in the shoes of other people and see where the gaps are for them that you can fill in. But I have to say, I have a bit of an allergy for the word empathy. Because people are trying to figure out solutions for the average person. They try to empathize with them. But I already mentioned before that empathizing is dangerous, because can you really imagine what it's like to be deaf or blind? So trying to mock or trying to figure out what it's like to be a disabled person, how they interact with a website or online, but somebody doesn't really experience the life themselves, that can be hard. And of course, empathizing what it's like sort of for a person can be a possibility, but you have never really experienced what it's like to live like a deaf or a blind or disabled person. So people try to impose their own perspectives, and they don't ask actual disabled people to talk about their experiences. Usually people are scared to talk to people with disabilities. They are scared to interact with us, and usually they would prefer to empathize and think about what it's like to close their eyes for an hour and then pretend that they're blind. But usually it's better just to ask people to join and interact with them, because there are no stupid questions. I would actually rather have you pose stupid questions than just assume things. So please, ask us, and not just ask us, but ask with us. Actually, I would prefer that. So try to learn from the people who have been excluded. And the user that you have, that's the expert. It's actually not you, but your user. And thinking of good questions for yourself are good, but also for others. So have I designed something for me, or have I designed something for the others? And what are my biases is also something to think about. It's very rare to find organizations who actually think about including people in their designs and who ask people to be at their table, but it's actually very valuable to do that, to make use of your users. And designers, they make designs, but they make designs for people who are disabled, but eventually turns out that they don't make a lot of use of that. But it's better just to ask us to be there, to be at your table and design together, and just ask the disabled community to join in. And something to keep in mind as well is that people from the disabled community usually provide a lot of information, and then they get a thank you, and then the design is made and delivered. But that's a shame. In the future, they could actually have a career in design, maybe, if you could actually just include us in all the steps of design. And that way you can also provide a better design if you work with us. I used to say designing for the deaf, and then for everyone actually, but I think it's better to say it this way, to design with the deaf. And to design with us all, actually. It's just a human right to be heard. But actually, I miswrote that. I should say, it's just a human right to be included. We have a right to sit at the table. I want to show you a short video, and I really hope the sound will be working. So let's check that. No sound? Okay. Oh well. Yes. I found this video on YouTube, and I have to say, you can see these two students who are so creative and they thought of this product, but so many things went wrong with this. So their choice of words is very poor. So they're talking about deaf and mute, about the disabled community. That's not how I see myself. And also these gloves are only a one-way direction. So I would be signing, and then it would be translated, and if somebody talks to me, I wouldn't get them. So it's not actually communication that way. And so they're talking about the ASL community, basically. That's how they designed it, but not everybody uses ASL as a signed language. And I have to say, sign language is such a rich language. It's culturally bound. It's relying on facial expressions and body and arm movement. And this glove is like signing like a robot, basically. And just doesn't work like that. And so every year, constantly every year, there's a video posted online or an article about people who thought about a sign language glove, but it just doesn't work. Like, why am I not presenting here with these gloves on then? So many people, they invent something, they design, develop something based on their own perspective and their own assumptions and their own framework, and they don't really talk with the disabled community that will use the product, so ask them. And so everybody uses their own framework. And we designers, we try to think of solutions that work well and that improve lives. But the problem is that you use your own perspective as a baseline. And it's well meant, but it doesn't work for everyone, and maybe work for someone, but not everyone. So you're working from your ability bias, and you have personas, and you could empathize, and then you would be finished with your design. But I would rather have you co-design with us. So I would rather not be a persona the whole time. So please ask us to be at your table. Just let us design with you. And designing not with people can lead to exclusion. So I would like to conclude my talk with this quote by James Charleston: "Nothing about us without us." Thank you.
Okay, and welcome back, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Marie for that awesome talk that she just gave. And I'd also like to apologize a little bit for the delay. We're having some interesting tech issues here. Hopefully, my microphone is a lot clearer than it was during the introduction. Now, next up, we have Denny de Klerk. And I first met Denny in 2020 in Stockholm at a conference there called Sveitug, just 3 weeks before lockdown started, and we had to go from these wonderful conference centers to doing everything virtually. Denny is an IT coach, a public speaker, an autism and accessibility expert, and president at DDSoft in Belgium, a nonprofit that connects social organizations and causes the tech world and connects social organizations and causes and the tech world and vice versa. His pronouns are he, him, and he's going to be talking to us today about the scary truth about labels. And Denny, just before we get started, I believe you're also quite a spiritual person that links to your absolutely awesome hashtag that you use on Twitter all of the time.
Yeah, dreaming is believing. Dreaming is believing started, and it's already on the first slide, so let's start speaking while talking about dreaming is believing. Yeah, it's all about going for your dreams, having dreams, and even if it's not fit with the right label, it's not only a hashtag, it's a nice hashtag, I hope, but it's more than that. It's definitely a mantra. So who I am, I'm Denny de Klerk. I am a passionate developer, really with passion, and president and IT coach at DDSoft, a non-profit in Belgium. And you already heard about DDSoft. And I'm a Microsoft MVP, and that's something I'm really, really proud of. I could say that is one of the biggest achievements in my life that I have. But maybe we try again. Maybe I was wrong with introducing myself, sorry. Okay, I do again because I was wrong. I am Denny de Klerk. I'm autistic. I am jobless. I am only a volunteer, so no paid job. I'm a man. I am single, and I'm not a graduate. That's also not so good, I think. Do another rewrite. I am Denny, a person and a unique living being. So the crazy thing is, I didn't lie on one of three. It's all the truth, but it's how that we present the truth. So there were no lies, but how you present yourself, or especially how you present or introduce other people, can really make a deep impact on their career or on their life, not only career. So, because this talk is about labels, and you can say, are they labels, are they titles? There's a difference between labels and job titles. But there's some things that we need to think about if we want to be inclusive and if we want to escape the scary world of labeling people. And luckily enough, I'm quite happy in the role that I have. Even that is no lie on one of those, I'm so happy that I can live the life that I live right now. So, and I'm very happy to present here at the real stage, not behind the desk, because since the last Real World conference, like Casey was talking about, I lost 40 kilos. No, not since the last, even a bit before. But I don't have nice pictures with my new kind of body shape. I'm wearing this time a shirt, a sweater from NASA, just because it's a hype. I know I fit in this. In the past, I didn't fit in the hypes. It was 6 or 7 extra large things, and there were not hypes about it. So I'm happy that I can wear this today. Enough about me for the moment, or for the rest of the talk. Maybe you will see. But we talk about Lisa, and Lisa is a persona. And she has some difficulties. She is not masculine. She is not a graduate. There are a lot of opportunities that she didn't have. And she is really not a math engineer. Oh my God. I can say other things about Lisa too. She is clever. She is really self-taught. And Lisa has really unique views. In fact, Lisa is unique. And even Lisa is a C++ developer and found a way to program in C++, even with a self-made or self-taught workaround the math, because he is not a math scientist. So these are really things to think about, and although they are kind of fake personas and combinations, there's something on the next slide too. These are really possible things and solutions that can be there in the combinations, and it's really important what we say and what we think about this person, but also what Lisa thinks about herself, because if people always focus on what she can't do, then there's a big chance that she will start to disbelieve in herself and then can do less and less. And if they focus on what she can do, then maybe she can do more and more. David, also a friend of my persona friend. I have imaginary persona friends. Maybe it's the taste of autism. I don't know. No. It's a joke because I'm very happy to make jokes about labels. But David, a shy boy, he needs to do a job in a factory, in a group, and honestly, he doesn't belong. And he has bullied a lot for being ragged. So, fortunately, David has also free time. And in free time, he draws the nicest drawings, but unfortunately, he can't sell them. And he made so much drawings that he needs to throw them away. Why? Because he is not allowed to sell it. Because he is not allowed to sell it, he don't have a business for drawings, he couldn't make this. And then it's illegal, it's like a black type of work. But because that is the David I know, we can also have David. And imagine a world with the ideal David. He sells his drawings, he can focus whole day on making drawings. People, fabrics or factories, bars, hotels, streets are enlightened with David's talent. He doesn't need to fit the box of working a normal paid job, and even in a fabric for people with disabilities, but he can really do his thing. Yeah, that's the world that I would love to have, and what I would love to see more and more people in. But that is not normal, that case. But if we talk about normal, we need to specify the label normal, because everything is in labels, and because if we distinguish from normal, we really need to think about what is in fact the label normal. And honestly, don't be scared, or be scared if you want, because you need to achieve a lot to be normal. Honestly, you need to can do everything. You need to live healthy, you need to eat healthy, you need to indicate your borders and limits, but it's an unwritten rule or law that you need to go out your borders and limits a lot. Yeah, it's really strange. You need to have a well-paid job, and you have 2 kids. Sorry, if you are not in that table, a boy and a girl. Next to your job, you need to have a hobby. Of course, that your kids need to do their hobbies too. But be honest, okay, sorry. How many people do you know who achieve that? And how many people, I cannot see the chat here from where I'm speaking, how many people know in their surroundings that this is kind of the label normal? Even that nobody kind of achieve it, or very little people, how unspoken the rule is it that that is the label normal? Then I think, oh my God. And how many people try to live us or try to cope or this are not being themselves really, because they don't dare to talk about the difference between them and the label normal. So many people hide things. How many? More than you think. Isn't that hard? And then I like that this kind of talk is accepted at the summit, because I'm not giving technical insight about developing website and technical this time, but I really love that kind of talk just to have you think about such things. And please let us through you. But because I'm not only complaining how wrong the world is, no. I'm going too deeper in it, and I did research and I go further in that, and maybe we need to ask about why do we have this? How did we come to so far? So it is kind of legacy, but not good legacy, not heritage, really bad legacy. So we based in the long years of long, even longer that the IT world lives, and we started to group people. So instead of looking at the people and the person, we are making groupings of them. And then governments and countries are making budgets based on the groups. Don't think about a person individually, but on the grouped basis. And then you have the budgets, but also the funds on the group. So not on the people, on the groups. It's not the same. And also regulations and law enforcement is based on the group. So it's hard to say that, but you can say that we de-individualized people, and it's a hard word to spell in English if you are speaking. But we put them into labels and regions. Sorry, that's what I'm thinking. And I really hope more and more people see that and will work around that to change that. Even you can say that life is based on the major. I cannot put a real percentage on it. But if you're that, so really, really label normal, but also all the people who fake live as they are on the living normal, but so hide a lot so they are not. And then, of course, next to that, we compared others or even ourselves to the label normal, the major percentage, but a lesser vision. It's not better, it's lesser, it's worse. So these are things I really hope we can change. And the fact that there are conferences on, like Tech Ally Summit, the term that you make, the abbreviation also with who kinds to ally, there are things that change it. Right now, the software world, but also other worlds, is coming. And I have the feeling that it's coming more from the software world, and the big IT companies like Microsoft is also loves their vision on accessibility. It's going way further, it's going to accessible products, but also about vision they talk. So I have the feeling that it's coming, but it is coming, you can say, from bottom up, but then from people who feel this, but also from companies. And Microsoft is really not bottom, it's a really big corp, and maybe other corps are doing it too, but it's not coming from governments. So it is, then you say, is this coming from the industry and not from the governments? But the good thing is, there are changes coming. The fact that 5 years ago we didn't have that type of conferences, so I'm a positive thinker, so we need to be positive too. Let's go to explain a bit more about labels, because there are even more laws about labels. These are kind of all well-known laws. Maybe they are not written, but all well-known. That is, it's or, it is not and. So labels exclude other labels. So and for people that I also love, I love everyone attending this conference who are colorblind. It's really possible on a conference about accessibility. I want to explain that the left column is green and the right column is red. And now you are all thinking at home, why are you know there exist colorblind people? You are an accessibility expert and you still do it. Okay, because there's a reason for it. And that's the reason that I say it. For people who see, and that is still the majority, who see colors, red has a very feeling, it's also local. Okay, oh my God, then I'm thinking I'm presenting at an online conference. No, in Western Europe, sorry, where I live, in Belgium, and the Western types of the world, I think the United States too, red means danger, it's a no-go. Green is okay, great. I know there are even parts of the world that's different, so it's with the Western vision, sorry, but just to explain, I don't know how you can do it all, include all the things. I do know it, just explaining and telling why you made a choice. That's already a way of being inclusive. Making the choice, but then explaining it, why you make it. If you all do that way, it's already a way to go. So with green left, good, white, well, it's not really white, but it's just you need to choose. For example, man or woman. You are more and more people who are talking about also gender diversity, but many more genders. But that's not the world where like the most people live. You are left-handed or right-handed. You have a paid job or you are jobless. For the first two, I can't say a lot. I just want to face it to you. But the third, I really don't identify myself as jobless. So I am not jobless. I can say that I work more than I worked in the fabric for people with disabilities, really, that I can't do. That I work, more as a volunteer. You are tech savvy or a complete tech noob. Why? I think there are a lot of people in between, but we are not talking about it. You are an engineer or you are spiritual. I'm again maybe an example that is don't have to be, vice versa. You are smart or you are dumb, and you are geek or you are social. That's already something so stupid if you think about it. And most of the Non-IT people think that, but have you ever been as a non-IT people and they are not watching these talks right here? Have you ever been at a software conference? This is a very social thing. And at software conference, they are geeks, sorry. Here is a geeky thing, but being invited to come to here is not one or the other. So, and we also learned that we need to make choices. We are pre-learned to make choices. Or again, it's not true, of course. That's how people think. It's really not what it is. So you need to eat healthy, or you need to eat tasty. Of course, that's how people think. I don't say it's true. It's a sitting job or a standing job. It's being rich, or not working, or working less hours a week. Is having great studies when you are a youngster, or starting young and helping out with your family. Again, that's how most people see it right now, how they perceive it. It's not the truth, it's just how people think that it is, and how it's still too much the truth in some kind of cases. It's not how it should be. So we could say that we have learned to sacrifice. And there are a lot of also, if we belong on a label, so if we identify us on a label, we need to live as completely on the label as possible. In fact, we need to live completely on the label. I give an example. As you said, I am a person with autism. I like saying a person with autism. There are people saying they prefer autistic. We all need to say what we want, honestly. But for me, as a person with autism, I should raise the bar of all the autism points. And normal, what people think about autism, that's not having fun. And a lot of people with autism like the lockdown, for example. That's normal because people with autism are seen as asocial people. We are not there, but people think that. And people achieved it. And even in Belgium, there is a community of people with autism. It's a self-support group. And years ago, I am in that group for years already, pretty close to where I live, in Bruges. And I have sometimes people say to me, oh, you are not really autistic, or you are atypical autistic. Okay, so we make labels of labels to misuse the labels or to mind the labels. No, because I like to go to parties and I like to go to theme parks and I like to travel, then I am atypical autistic, because normally you shouldn't like that. And of course, the label normal is the label to go for. It's a rule, you know it. And so you need to make trade-offs. But let's be honest. Do we identify? Or do we get identified? And that's a question to think about, and I hope people in the chat are discussing about that, or there will be coming questions about it. But there's a big difference. If we identify, it means that we make the choice. We identify with. But if we get identified, and other people, without that identity, or without that disability, or without that identity in common, they say you belong to that label. That's a big difference. Really something to think about. And I appreciate you, as we are coming nearly to the end of the talk, not really, that you think outside the box and maybe try to do this whole day today at the Tech Ally Summit. Because you will see a lot of things about disabilities. You will see very technical things. I think it's one of the only not technical talks from today that I give. Really think about it. And if you don't see why something is needed, or you are not seeing why this should be needed, or you don't thinking about that kind of disabilities having this, try to think outside the box. And try to think or to trace or see through the labels. And always think in and not or. It's one of the most important things. Maybe I said one. Think in and not or. Also a great approach is being whole. And my friend Dux, Raymond Sai, is also a community member. He lives in the States. Has a whole great talk about being whole. It's about you being your whole self, about time management and a work-life balance. It's amazing and it's an inspiration for me, really. And here I have some examples with boxes, labels. So maybe these are all things that don't exist, because in which boxes or labels should we put those sentences? A coder with a spiritual passion, a famous cook who is a vegetarian, but he is cooking meat for customers. Maybe something that people can't imagine, but I think that should be possible, or that is a possible thing. A girl clothed as a man, a coder with a lack of math is perfectly possible, and an MVP or a Microsoft MVP without a job. These are just things who are not considered normal, this box with all these labels, but they are there. Each example here are there in the world, and why we put labels on it or put them into boxes? Why don't we see the person competing what he is? So, for example, Danny is an MVP without a job, or just invent names, we call it in Dutch. Sucking out your thumb, it's a kind of Dutch abbreviation for just imagine on the go. For example, Jeff is a famous cook on the TV, and he's a vegetarian, but he makes the nicest recipes with meat. It should be possible. There are more and more girls clothed as a man, so that the gender diversity is getting better and better, as I see, because I really do a lot with the labels and boxes as I came into the tech field with the thing of accessibility. I saw that it's getting more and more that one. It's something going on very fast, and I love it. Yeah, yes, lovely. One of the last things I want to talk about is about time, and I start with the bottom of my talk, on my slide. What is time anyway? Yeah, it's a very inside joke of me, not for today, of course. But time, how do we handle work life? How do we a working job and your free time? Is it 80-20? Do we always think into day or night? Maybe it can be 90-10. Is it 50-50? What is normal? We are also talking people, and there are even music songs about working 9 to 5, but is this really what we want, what we want to see? A great thing, and it's bad the pandemic happening now, it's getting better right now. But one of the greatest things I saw in the pandemic, there's not one, but some great things. Not a lot, but some great things. And that's how people are really reimagine the workplace. Like example, if you are working from home, a lot of companies or people weren't working from home in the past, then they really can reimagine how to think. Should that be being at your separate room or a separate desk at 9 in the morning until 5 p.m. in the night? Or are there more mixed sense in betweens? There's a great time to think about these things. I have the fortune that I can all experiment with that in my non-profit, because it's not a paid job, so you can do a lot more. But yeah, that's one of the good things in the pandemic I want to say. People and companies and people are really thinking about these things. And it's the way to go. Not imagine, but remember, talking about diversity and inclusion is just the beginning. It needs to be the new normal. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed the talks as much as I have. So we're here in a panel discussion with Marie and with Danny, and there has been a lot going on in the chat. People have been talking about your talks and also asking questions. So, Marie, about your Christmas tree, people want pictures. Obviously, they would like to see the Christmas tree with all the cooking ornaments, obviously. So
I will just post one on Twitter then.
Yes, please, please. People are requesting that.
Sure. Sure, I will do that.
So, Marie, so I have heard that you are a very big fan of kitesurfing. And in fact, you were in Egypt last year to teach kitesurfing to a group of people that are deaf and hard of hearing. So I was curious, how does that go? Like if they're up in the air, how do you tell them, no? How does that work?
It does have advantages and disadvantages. So I have a hearing colleague there, and it's easier, of course, to call out to them if they're far away. But if there's a lot of wind, it's actually hard and it's easier to sign, actually. But a lot of students, they are looking up at their kites, and then I just, I let them go, and they have to come back at their own. So I just let them go. But I have to say, it's easy when you're standing far apart. You can just sign to each other, and when they take a break and they put the kites down, then we can just communicate. And it's very, very fun to do, actually. Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow! Today I learned. Thank you. So Danny, we also have like a couple of questions for you. So how do you deal with people when you are actually being labeled? Like, do you confront them, or what do you tell them? How do you confront them, if you confront them?
That's a very difficult thing. I don't going to talk it by no confronting. I just how do I cope with that for myself? And first of all, I need to say that it depends who it is. Is it someone living close by, like family, friends, or the people like, for example, my Facebook friends, I call them the friends, the fools, and the family. With all respect, but they just, it's also a label, of course, but people think a label. So, but who it is, and I have the big fortune that I have in my surroundings. The closest people that I have interaction with in my life respect me 100%. In the past, there were people in my life who are really asking stupid questions like, and sometimes you still hurt, but I learned to mind them, to let it behind. For example, you are not doing a paid job, you are going to work, but you travel around the world. I heard that in the past. But then I think maybe they are jealous of my life, and then you think on that way. And I have the luck that people in my really closest surroundings, I even have a coach, and even I have a very, very great backup from my parents, a very great relationship with my parents, and they learn me how to handle it. Worldwide, international is a difference because I see that it's getting great. It's going from, I mean the conference scene where I go. When I went in the beginning, it's already kind of that they accept as talks of accessibility and disability. That were the topics that I started about. And it's getting from good or great to better when I started, but I've just started in 2017. And even I can say that because I really identify myself, I love the Microsoft technologies and the Microsoft network and MVP stuff and also technology. When Satya came on board, just a whole vision about accessibility and inclusion. This is really international in this community. I really can belong and be myself.
Nice.
So I don't need to explain too much.
Yes.
They accept it.
Yeah, thank you. Marie, how do you deal with labeling?
I think it's a very interesting thing. I do recognize a lot of similarities between us. I think about the same questions that I get about sign languages, about that I don't hear, if I can drive a car, all sorts of things. I get the same questions, and it all has to do with labels. I don't always like to have those questions. I always have to explain myself, but what I think is that I want to be sort of an ambassador, basically, actually, an advocate for the community, and I want to show that I'm sort of a business card actually for the community that can show all the things that I can do. It's a list of things that I can. I would rather have them see that than something else. So I have to be patient and I have to explain a lot of things all over again. But bit by bit, everybody gets a bit more aware, and I think the development is going in the right direction.
Thank you. So, Marie, you're a highly educated professional, and it seems challenging to go to college or to job interviews as a deaf person. So how did you manage? And maybe do you have any tips for universities or companies who want to hire more diverse people and want to become more accessible?
Well, I have experienced a lot of discrimination in my life where I couldn't use an interpreter in the university, where they would oppose that. Also with job interviews, I've had many issues that I've experienced. And usually I could tell that companies wouldn't want to hire me because I'm deaf, and they kind of talked around it and wouldn't be clear about that. But what I notice is that inclusion and diversity gets more important, but a lot of people talk about themselves being diverse and inclusive, but actually to get it out there and be active with it doesn't really work just now. So everybody has different needs, and just to ask somebody what they need is a good way to start. So just facilitate people with everything they need in their jobs. Just give them space to improve and so they can develop themselves and get to a higher level, and just believe in the fact that they can what they can do.
Yeah,
it's just I have a problem with diversity inclusion. It's a hot topic at the moment, but in the workplace, it's a kind of a tokenism when you hire somebody who is disabled, and then you feel like your job is done. Oh, sorry. So you have somebody with a different background or with disability, but you have to make sure they have the space to actually become a part of the company and in the culture. So that's something really to bear in mind.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually spot on. Danny, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I want to comment on that. And as my last talk, my last slide, not so the last before the thank you slide was talking about diversity and inclusion just the beginning. Maybe I should see it otherwise. It's not talking about diversity and inclusion at the beginning. Diversity and inclusion is the beginning. That should be the new normal. I think that's a step we need to take. And even within diversity and inclusion, sometimes we need. It's very stupid what I'm going to say, and it's ridiculous, but it's how it is right now. Sometimes we need to create extra labels, even if the inclusion is being without labels, but temporary, because we are really coming from a very hard part where minorities saw really as minorities, and at this time we don't see them anymore as minorities. So we come from a very, very long past. So we are wanting diversity and inclusion, not only talking but having it. But this is just the beginning, and temporarily, even we need to make more labels for the better on the longer time, and it's very ridiculous to think about. I have an example. Because I'm not a fan of labels, but I had in the past a lot of negative labels. I really created labels for myself, positive ones, just to cope with the negative ones. But do you think about you are against labels, but you need to make extra ones? But it's a temporary thing, I think, the diversity and inclusion, that will become the new normal. And maybe we need to do something more, even getting more labels. Oh, how ridiculous that it sounds.
Oh, that's interesting. So Danny, what do you think the crossover is between labels and taboo subjects?
It's a very hard thing.
It's a very thin line.
I think it's kind of the same. I think it's the same as kind of. It can be the same. I think some labels are taboo, and it's not a taboo if you don't belong to some labels. So I think some labels, for example, man, woman is a label. It's not taboo. But some labels are taboo. For example, a volunteer or not paid. In fact, that label is taboo. I even have people in my surrounding. As I said, you can travel, but you cannot work. As I said, a spiritual passion as an IT person is total science. You shouldn't be thinking about other things. So I think the crossover is that some labels are taboo, and even, as I said, we try to belong to the label as normal as much as possible. So the farther that you are from the label normal, in fact, the more taboo it is, or it can be.
Right. And also, if we talk about allyship, I talked about that in my talk as well. With diversity and inclusion, that's more of a thing, and they ask people to be at their table to be the resource and give information, and then you get a thank you, and then you're pushed away, and they develop on themselves and take the advantage from that, and they have the financial gain. So that's quite important to try to prevent that, and not just to talk with people and ask for their resource and their time, but just to include them in the process and to learn from each other. And in that sense, the labeling gets changed actually, and so the bar gets lower, and there are no stupid questions to be asked. You should just sit together and talk with each other, and that way you can actually get to a creative solution, because there's so much diversity with people. You can be spiritual, you can and work in tech, and you can be a designer and be colorblind, for example. It's all possible. So I think that is the beauty of people, that we are so diverse and that there's no person that's the same as someone else.
Go ahead.
It's also so that some people who are, and it's very hard what I'm going to say, I'm going to give a specific example, and I hope I don't offend anyone, but some people are considered being an expert in a goal. Let's say it, now I call it web design. In a goal, some people are considered as an expert, and if they say something, is the one and only truth. But something is not true. I give an example. The font you all know, and you know the most hated font by designers is Comic Sans MS. But do you know that the font Comic Sans MS, some people, an expert, let's call it, sorry that I use this sign, and I don't think they are watching this kind of events, but it's bad, they said. But that is one of the most accessible tools for people like with dyslexia, or people with reading difficulties. Like I'm a developer also for people. I started with making apps for people with learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities. Comic Sans MS is one of the most accessible fonts, and then one Google put it, it's an awful label, a designer, but then so this also a reason that labels can exist. So go to Comic Sans. No.
Maybe just a silly question on my part. When you say a Comic Sans is a very accessible font, you mean it's easy to read, or it's
this the type of there are already articles on it. I don't have an example, but there's a complete article. The way of forming the letters. So how do they call it? The font is also a study. The font thing is way more accessible and more recognizable for people who have, for example, other ways of neural thinking.
Yeah.
Comic Sans.
Exactly. Actually, I learned that just last week, that's a fact. I was pretty surprised because I didn't know that, because I personally hate Comic Sans MS. I would never design with that font, but right now I'm seeing that from a different perspective. And it has to do with the sort of the weight of the font. So you have the A, you have to have the final part of the A has to like conclude the character. So it has, the vertical line has to be clear. And something that I learned, I want to look into that more. So that's a good point.
In the past, I worked with all my documents with Comic Sans. It really worked for me really great. And then I was really a teenager. I made some hobby websites, and everyone was blaming it so ugly. And then I even more getting more and more in the tech, not only for a hobby anymore. You learn it's not the way to go, and then you come again years later. You focus, you get more in contact with other people with accessibility experts than you see, but it is the way to go. Comic Sans MS.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. Today I will never joke about Comic Sans again.
Did you do it?
Yeah. Yes, me neither. I won't do that either.
Maybe. I'm sorry. Well, I
That's an example of a label who is taboo.
You are absolutely right. I'm learning so much today. So thank you for that. I think we have time for one more question. So this is from the audience. Marie? We see big companies going for VR and AR technology. Do you think that that this particular kind of tech is inclusive for the deaf community, and what are the pain points there?
It's tough to answer that question because I don't have a lot of experience with VR and AR. I think it could be a valuable addition, but there are a lot of ways to get information. I think if you combine VR and AR with sound, you have to think about how you can take the sound away. and then that you still have, you can still give the information to deaf users. I think that's the challenge, but that could be developed over time. I'm not sure if I can answer if it will be useful, but I think we will see with time.
Have you ever tried a VR techno? Have you ever?
No, actually I haven't. No, I should do that once, I think. Yeah, have you?
Yeah, I have.
Well?
I've been in a very bad zombie movie. I got scared, so I'm not sure if I will do that again.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yes.
If you want, there is a time, and if people want it, I want to say some perspective on AR and VR for people with learning disabilities. I'm not talking about autism, neurodiversity, but learning disabilities. So people with intellectual disability, where everything for the DSO starts with. And it's a very difficult thing to think about. In the past, we wanted to create a creation on the HoloLens, so the AR system from Microsoft, or the mixed reality, the MR from Microsoft. And we have worked on it. We are trying to borrow a device. But there, I think the biggest challenge is there are some challenges. First of all, how do you explain that this virtual reality is augmented? It's not really true. But I think that's not the worst case. You can work around that, and it can even make it more accessible. I have an addition, but the most technical thing at that time was, and I think it's still the same, is the languages that the device exists. And I think it's kind of the same for people who are deaf too. For example, if you are speaking perfectly or sign-lining perfectly English, but if you are, I think most people, for example, in the Netherlands who are deaf, are not doing English. I think for all devices, for all the accessibility, and you can see this both, I think the most important thing that the tools will adapt to each language and each spoken language in the regions. Otherwise, it will also only be, for example, for some people with learning disabilities in the States or in the UK, or for people, I think, for deaf people, it will be better in the States or in England. So if one of the supported language is English, but yeah, I think language is one of the biggest pain points that need to be fixed before it will be helpful for people with disabilities. Or people with deaf, how you call it, yes, in common.
Yes. I think we have time for one final question from the audience as well, for you, Marie. As a Dutch person that's interested in learning a bit of sign language but doesn't know where to start, what would you recommend? Which language would make the most sense to start with?
I would advise, if you are a Dutch person living in the Netherlands, to learn Dutch Sign Language, so you can communicate with deaf people living in the Netherlands. And you can learn sign language in big cities. There are deaf meeting centers, deaf clubs. You could do a course there in sign language, and online there are also more courses, but I want to make sure that you keep in mind that you learn from a deaf person, because these are the best people to learn sign language from, because there are more and more hearing people who teach sign language, but I should say be aware of that. It's better if you learn from a native signer. There are different kinds of courses online. You have AB1, AB2, all kinds of courses, so you can find a lot of courses online and live courses as well. So, and it's also a great way to meet people.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, both. I'm really learning so much today, and we only just started. So I think we are ready to go to our next speaker. I hope you will stick around. We probably have way more questions for you both in the chat, so feel free to check them out. And I think we're now ready to introduce our next speaker.
everybody. That panel was phenomenal, the amount of things that came out of that. And I think, as everybody said, that knowledge on Comic Sans was just amazing. Joining us next, we have Megan Strant, and Megan is an organizational change consultant and MVP. She's joining us all the way from Australia, so it's either really early or really late right now, depending on which way you look at it, I suppose. Her pronouns are she and her, and Megan is going to be talking to us about hidden disability and how we can help neurodivergent people and people with mental health issues in the office. Subject very close to my heart, as I suffer from anxiety and depressive mood syndrome, and it can be really overwhelming at times. So Megan, hello.
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 Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. And is it early or is it late?
It's just past midnight, but I was willing to stay up because I love this topic.
Awesome. Thank you very much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. And one last thing that I wanted to say before I let you get on with your talk. I understand that when you're finished here today, it's not that long before you get to go on your first trip since the record lockdown in Melbourne.
Yes, definitely. My whole family is super excited that in about 2 days we finish work and school and we're going away, and it's been a long time.
Awesome. Well, in which case, I don't wish to steal too much more of your time. So, Megan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen and we're ready to go. So, hi everyone, and welcome to this session covering some brief ideas about driving further inclusion with technology that you use every day. What can we each do to support people with challenges that remain unseen? And how can you support hidden disability regardless if people are open and disclose it or not? So my name is Megan, and I'm a middle-aged woman with short dark brown hair with glasses, presenting from my home office in Australia. I'm a consultant focused on organisational change learning, with a majority of my focus being on Microsoft for about 10 years. And my academic background is psychology, organisational change and learning, along with certifications in project management. As a person, I'm curious and I'm passionate about human behaviour in general, particularly motivation and learning and how we form habits, along with diversity of inclusion. And also, I have myself a hidden disability. So today I want to take some time to discuss hidden disability and some things that people might be struggling with in the workplace daily that remain unseen. I want to focus not on what people with disability do to work and use tech, but focus on you and what you or I or anyone in the workplace could do to be more inclusive by tweaking some of the way we use technology. I personally have been doing my best to make my own work habits more inclusive, and I feel that each of us have a lot to learn. I'll also do my best to handle this topic objectively and try to be sensitive because it is such a complex and personal topic. So the world is diverse and we're interacting with different people every day. 1 in 6 people on the planet has a disability, and 70% of disabilities are hidden. People with disabilities worry about what other people will think. I myself personally am perhaps more open than some others, but still with caution. And it's funny, I tend to be way more open in the global forum than maybe still in my own workplace. People find ways to cover their challenges and to hide or mask. And some people suffer exhaustion from the energy that it takes to mask. We have perhaps a better sense of what it means to have a disability in the physical sense or the physical world with, we can see things like ramps and railings and those tactile buttons. And we have accommodations built into design for many products, but less so in the digital space. And this has become more important in the last 2 years with so much of our work suddenly being remote and at home. Many struggles can go unseen, and you may be unaware of how colleagues are actually struggling. There are so many things that make up a diverse workforce. There are primary characteristics of each person, such as your age, ethnicity, or physical or mental. And secondary to those, there's things like your nationality, your appearance, marital status, location, interest, education, or faith. And there's also organisational aspects like your level of your job, your function, your department, or your location. And then on top of all that is how we communicate and interact with each other, how we solve problems, how we explain things to each other, how we embrace different ideas and thinking styles, and our decision making. A key thing to consider with humans in general is our executive functions. This is a term psychologists use to describe the many tasks that our brains perform daily that are necessary for us to think and act and solve problems. Executive function includes tasks that help us learn new information, to remember and retrieve information that we've learned in the past, and we use this information to solve problems in the workplace or our everyday life. All humans use these functions every day in their work and personal life. But being someone with a disability, whether it's neurodiverse or other things, people can at times have challenges in multiple areas across our executive functions, and there can be disruptions or impact on these functions. Have a think about a really bad day or a really stressful situation. Sometimes you can feel like you're in fight or flight. Sometimes you might not have all your emotions in check, or you might struggle to prioritize or focus, or you might even have trouble accessing memories. Some situations you can be more rigid or impulsive. These are all part of our executive functions. Some days you can thrive and other days you struggle. And there are some people who struggle every single day. Thinking about our differences and how we function is important in understanding ourselves and our impact on others or their challenges. So while this is an area that I've spent time writing or speaking about previously, I took a bit of a step back with this session when I wanted to talk a bit broadly about hidden disability beyond, usually I just focus on neurodiversity in general. When I recently further researched and looked online and looked up hidden disability, I came across this list. There are so many things that we're not aware of that go unseen. And while I feel like this list is hard to look at because there's so many words on the screen, we can find different ways to categorize and further understand. So here are some of the main categories with some brief points for the challenges in each area. You can see here some things may be more obvious, and consider how others might be more hidden. Let's think about how this can play out in the workplace and an example, a telephone call or a conference call in a meeting room with people sitting around the table. So this call may be okay for a blind person who can hear, but obviously trying to listen to a phone call doesn't work for someone who's deaf. Then think about a conference call with people talking over each other. That can become disabling for some people. And voice and chat embedded in this call can feel hard for some people, while offering features that do actually support others. So it's a really complex area, and we need to recognize that disabilities can exist at many different levels. In your workplace, don't assume, oh, we don't have anyone who's blind or deaf, nothing that we can see. Therefore, we don't have anyone with a disability. Be careful of all the things that you don't know. People can have partial disabilities, and this could be related to age or maybe some damage to something like their hearing. Disability can also be acquired gradually or suddenly. So it could be due to an accident, an injury, or maybe a sudden health change. Someone who's always been fine in the workplace may be hiding the fact that they've got an ongoing increase and challenge and thing developing. And also don't think of it as singular. Some people have multiple. You know, you could be deaf and have a learning disability. You could be autistic and have an anxiety disorder. There can be many things going on. With the Microsoft content that is out there on the web, they refer to these categories, and this is the way that it's divided up to further understand. There is some really great content online driving further education and understanding, and I really recommend that you take the time to explore and equip yourself to know more about this crucial topic as part of taking the steps to be more inclusive. On this slide, I've put a QR code to a course that I highly recommend. So if you've got a moment, whip out your mobile and do the QR code. If you'd like to explore and learn more about this, I strongly recommend. It's a LinkedIn course and it's by Microsoft. And a while ago when I was trying to learn more and increase my understanding, I actually did this course. The QR code will take you to the link, and there's some modules that you can use and access to increase your own understanding. So hidden disability is a very complex area, and it's also very delicate. We're talking about human difference and challenges that are a huge part of someone's life. And in many cases, as I've mentioned, people can be hiding or masking. And there are many reasons why people hide their experience. It isn't about getting people to share and push them to be open, because to be frank, it's not our business and they have the right to be private. But what we can do is we can help regardless. I know there isn't a quick fix and there isn't just some features on a computer that can change everything, but there are some amazing things with technology that can be the difference between someone having a job and even being more engaged in the workplace. So let's talk about what you and I can do. We can all make some minor changes in our daily work to support other people. Accessibility is an opportunity, and I challenge everyone to help create a better experience for everyone in their workplace. So how can we tweak our workplace behaviour to maybe better include others? There are 3 core areas that I want to dive into briefly. 3 things that most of us do every day. And you can see here, email, meetings, and just the way we work together. So most of us live in our email, and it's our main communication tool. We share information, we share actions, we do a lot of things with email. Do you realize that your email could be causing someone a challenge? So I've got a couple of thoughts on the screen here and things to think about. I know that there was some discussion in the previous session about font. So yes, font, colors, content. Have a think about the fact that 1 in 6 of the general population have a disability. So your email may have already been received by people who are struggling with the content. The words you use, your signature, images, the structure. So make sure you know how to do things like use the accessibility checker that's built into Outlook. It's in the review tab, and I'll show you that in a moment. It gives you updates. It warns you of where there's issues with regards to accessibility. It shows you individual corrections and fixes that are in line in the email. And it can amend auto text with image descriptions. So with your email, think about even to begin with, the template you use. Do you have banners? Do you have logos or awards? It's very common in an email signature to have visuals. And you need to add descriptions so people are not missing critical information. I've increased the default size of all the email I send to size 12 font, just so from immediately it's easy to read. And have a think about color contrast and make sure you learn about alt text to images. Here I want to just show you quickly a really quick, simple example. So you can see on my screen a really basic email. I've got an email open and some text, and I'm clicking literally in the ribbon on check accessibility, and it says no issues are found. People with disabilities should have no difficulty reading this. Let's add an image. So I'm just going to throw in there an image of a cute puppy. Now I've done nothing to that image. I just put it in the email. So it's a visual need. Let's check accessibility again, and it's already flagging. There's an issue with the picture, okay? It's important for people who can't see the screen. Screen readers read alternative text aloud. So it's important to have alt to text for an image. You can't just throw it in there. And have a look down the bottom of that image how it says, read more about making documents accessible. So Outlook is already trying to help you and teach you and show you. So give it a go, try the links, and try to do a bit more with the thing you do every day. What's something else we do? Meetings, meetings, meetings. We live in meetings. We rely on them to progress our work, solve problems, communicate. Consider key meeting features. So firstly, smack bang in the middle of this slide is background settings or background effects. Now, while these are exciting and fun and colourful, they actually increase the cognitive load and they can impact people. So have a think about this and educate others. Try to simplify. A lot of the backgrounds that have a lot of white space. Our brain has to do a lot of work to find the visuals and the face in amongst all that colour. Okay, so it can actually add and impact people. Beyond this, start with what you've got. You've got chat, you've got raise hand, you've got mute. These features that are standard in meetings can do amazing things. And think about how these can be used for stronger facilitation and giving everyone opportunity. Extend your skills and use features to improve how inclusive your meetings are. So try then extending to PowerPoint Live, having more transcription. And then tell people the features in your meeting that they may want to utilize. Ask your colleagues on how they want to work together if they disclose that they have struggles and a disability. And consider the value of things like having your camera on. Some people rely on lip reading. However, you don't want to force people to say everyone must have their camera on, because it can increase anxiety for some people, particularly if they've got a visual issue and they're leaning in really close to try and read the screen. They might be uncomfortable being on video. Remind people that there are features like captions and they can start being used if they need to. And also with meetings, simple things like recording them. Consider recording so people can view later with full captioning. Try to control the noise and try to help others, specifically because too much noise can really make it hard to filter and understand and listen. And be really careful with the chat functions. So chat isn't a sidebar conversation, because you may not realize that people who are using screen reading software, it may be reading transcriptions aloud and the chat at the same time. So it can be really hard for people to hear or even just focus. Make sure you use image descriptions for GIFs and photos in any meetings as well, and really just try to get involved and model inclusion here. One thing that is really great is to use an introduction slide to set expectations in your meetings. So just a quick sample here of a great expectation slide. Okay, so structure your meetings to support everyone and make the opportunity and your content accessible and give everyone an opportunity. Now, finally, the other key area I want to touch on, just quickly to give some quick things you can do, is the way you work together. There are so many things you can do, and I could spend ages talking about one topic like documents and accessibility, but I want to consider how we work together in general. So obviously, have accessible documents, use color contrast, and make this organization-wide if you can. This is key. Every organization should be across this. But what about the other ways we work? So if you think about things like neurodiversity and mental health or a learning disability, people with these challenges can struggle by starting tasks or completing work, with communication and staying focused. So working together can be so important in how you track expectations, goals, team tasks, and get stuff done. Remember, back to executive functions. Some people struggle with organization and stress and memory. So think about task management and the benefit of apps and things to alert people, track detail and everything. And then another key thing is even just notifications and etiquette. So think about how we impact others when we constantly send chats when maybe they're in focus mode or working. A couple of quick things to show you here. So firstly, I've got an old document open. Remember, accessibility is in the ribbon, easy for you to use and check. So do this and use it in your documents and try to include others by making your content more accessible. You can see that it brings up the issues and you can try and make an effort to make things better. And finally, task management. So here we have Planner. So Planner is a great tool and we can look at tasks, but have a think about, rather than having a list of actions in a document or however you do them, I love that in Planner that I can sort by due date. So I can really zone in on, what do I need to do? What's overdue or what's assigned to me? That could make someone's day because it's really clear on what needs to get done. So use the tools to work together with clarity, efficiency. While we can't remove someone's challenges, we can do something to make a positive impact. So remember, chances are you may already be working with someone who has a hidden disability. So doing a little can make a big impact on someone's day. Just do it by default, not just when you think you need to. Consider best practices for yourself and your organization and educate yourself, and if you can, others. I have another QR code here, so whip out your mobile if you want to know more. I have a blog that's quite detailed, and that's where this will link you to, going into this sort of information in detail with a whole lot of links to content to teach you more. So thank you very much. That's my session. And hopefully that was insightful and gave you some quick things to think about to try and make a difference. Little by little, we can each try and do more. Do we have any questions, or shall we just move on to the next session?
We have some questions. Yep, there we go. I can see. Hopefully you can hear me now, and hopefully the people at home can hear me now. We've got time for a couple of questions that have come in. I mean, first that I have it's more of a comment than a question. Something that you really triggered me with is in Teams calls when you're talking over each other. That is something that I struggle with that in person. If I'm in a meeting and you've got two groups talking, then I hear nothing. It's not that I hear one over the other, I just don't hear any of them, and I might as well not be there. And we've noticed on Teams meetings that gets amplified to the nth degree because the way that Teams works with sounds is just awful. So I just wanted to bring that one up because you triggered me in your talk with that one. One question that I wanted to ask you, and that is, how do you feel organizations can help their staff when they're trying to learn these new features to support people with disabilities?
I think definitely organizations need to think of their own best practices, and providing things for staff like making templates by default accessible, but also getting leaders to role model. Once there's that flow-on effect, once someone tries to structure a meeting and role model great inclusion with tech, it can really try to flow through the organization. And even things being non-negotiable, like all our meetings have ABC, trying to really structure it so it's easier for people and rolled out, and it's just part of the culture.
Awesome. Make it become the default setting.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I think we're out of time, unfortunately, but I want to thank you for an amazing talk, for joining us at such an, I'm going to say an early time, since it's after midnight for you in the morning. And well, I wish you an awesome trip.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. You're enjoying the talks as much as I am so far. I hope you're ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Adrian Molonio. And Adrian is a Google developer expert in web technologies, currently working as an accessibility software engineer at GitHub, as part of a talented, diverse, and motivated team that will work on making GitHub and the internet a better and more accessible place, basically for everyone. And here's a fun fact, Adrian. I know that you love antique books, and the oldest book that you own dates from 1586. I'm very curious. We can also talk about this later, but what book might that be?
Well, I mean, actually, the majority of the books from that age are either religious books or travel books. So this book is a religious book, so a book telling more about like Christianism and Catholic tales.
Wow, awesome. I'm sorry, I just had to ask because I was like so super curious. So Adrian, today you will talk about testing web accessibility. If you're ready, you can go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, I will share my screen immediately, and we can start.
All right.
You let me know. Yeah, perfect. Great. So yeah, let's talk today about testing web accessibility and how to find accessibility vulnerabilities in your website. So again, my name is Adrian. I'm from Spain. I'm an accessibility software engineer at GitHub. I'm a strong accessibility advocate, and you can find me almost everywhere under my surname. So let's talk about accessibility. And the first thing that comes to mind is this: what is this A11y that we always see when we talk about accessibility? And this is the international acronym of accessibility. And this is because there are 11 letters between the A and the Y in the word accessibility. So now everyone knows what that A11y is. Why is so obvious in those four situations that the if something is wrong, right? In the first two situations, we see a very steep ramp, totally unusable for a wheelchair. In the third one, we see stairs at the end of the ramp, and in the fourth one, a totally unusable ramp with bars across them. So this is completely wrong, right? It's very, very clear. Another situation, there is someone who arrives in the wheelchair and there is an accessible button. The button is pressed and yeah, the door opens automatically, but surprise, there are stairs after the door. So again, a situation where it is very clear that this is completely wrong. So it's very clear in the real world that these situations are wrong, but when we move to the online world, it's not that clear that a website is not accessible. When we talk about web accessibility, we talk about tools, we talk about websites, we talk about technologies, and that are built to not exclude anyone from using those tools, technologies, or websites. So let's go to a online world example. So we are in an online shop, in your favorite online shop, and you want to check what are your latest purchases. So you call the support team, and then they can tell you something like, oh, you need to click in the top right corner, in the button in the top right corner, or you want to maybe change your email address, and they can tell you something like, oh, you need to click in the button with the engine icon. But for someone, for example, who is blind, there's no such icon who looks like an engine, or there's no like top right corner. We need to have this in mind when we developers create our websites. It looked like we talk about web accessibility normally, and we make a direct relationship between web accessibility and blind people. But we already seen in Megan's presentation there are a lot of types of impairments, and of course they are depending on the time. We can categorize it in permanent, temporary, or situational. So, for example, let's take the first one. So touch. A permanent one would be a person who doesn't have one arm. A temporary one is a person who has an injury in the arm, and a situational could be that someone with a kid has their kid in their in their arms. So situational, you cannot use that arm. So we need to as well differentiate this when we develop. Quick numbers. And in the world, a couple of years ago, we were 7.7 billion people. We are 7.8, I think, around now, and more than 2.2 million people have a near or distant vision impairment. And back to vision impairment. When we create our online shops, our online businesses in the website, we want to reach as much people as possible, and we need to consider that these vision impaired people are our customers and users as well. So we need to treat them as a user. So I'm talking about testing web accessibility, and what I want to do is to give you, maybe we can call it tips or advices, or at least the experiences that I follow through the last years when I'm developing a website. So about testing web accessibility, we can consider automate tests as a very good tool for our applications to be tested, and you can free up your QA team, your testing team, from manually test every part of your application. But this is no magic. They cannot make your website accessible, and we need to treat this automate testing process as a part of a larger testing process where manual testing is as important as the automate one, because we've seen that between 20 and 50% of all the accessibility issues can automatically be detected. So let's start with the first tip, which is test your code while you develop it. I normally work with React applications, and I created a simple React application with 3 small components and a bunch of errors in the main entry of the HTML. So the first component is a button. The second component is a fake button, which is an anchor link with a raw button. So don't do that. And the third one is image. Nothing crazy. And there's like a lot of accessibility errors in the main entry of the application. So what I'm going to use is some tools that helps you to test your code while you develop. In the first case, I'm going to use the Axe engine, which is a accessibility engine, accessibility tool family developed by DQ. And there is a version as well for Vue. I'm 100% sure that if you look for, there's a version for Angular to cover the 3 main JavaScript frameworks in the market, but I'm gonna use the one for React. So for this library, you need to install it as a developer dependency in your project. You need to make sure that you import the library, or you use the library only when you are in an environment which is not the production environment, because you don't want to expose those vulnerabilities for public. And what this tool is doing is giving you a log of the issues that you have in the console of the development tools of your browser. You can see a severity level assigned to every issue, from minor, moderate, serious, or critical. You can see as well what is the error, which element of your HTML is causing this issue, and a direct link to DQ University, which is the official documentation from DQ, and you can learn more about the issue and how to solve it. The next one is linters, using a linter. So for those who don't know what a linter is a library who uses a list of rules, and in these rules you are telling the code editor to tell you that you're doing something wrong about that rule. So in this case, there is a set of rules for accessibility inside the plugin, and you can install it directly. And your code editor in my case it's Visual Studio Code, is going to give me this wavy red underline, and it's going to tell me, look, in this line there's something wrong. And if I hover with the mouse, a pop-up modal overlay is going to come with some information about what is wrong in this line of code. As well, you can see those linting issues in the terminal when you are running your application. So you can see this in the terminal as well. So those are the tools that I use while developing. If you are developing a design system or individual components, atomic components, and you want to test them in an isolated environment, I think Storybook is a very good tool. I wrote about how to test the accessibility of your components using this tool, so you can read more about this in my blog. Next tip is use the development tools of the browser you are testing your applications with. So in the case of Chrome and Firefox, both have very similar accessibility tools built in. One is the color picker. So once you are inspecting an element in the, sorry, I need to drink. Once you are inspecting an element in the browser, you can, a text element in the browser, you can inspect the color of that text. And in the color picker, you're going to see a contrast ratio number, a value. And this value is going to tell you if the AA or AAA values are passed, so the tests are passed or not. This is the contrast ratio between the color of the text and the color of the background where this text is located. As well, you have it in Firefox, pretty much the same color picker, so both browser has this built in. Another interesting built-in tool that Chrome and Firefox have is the accessibility tree and the computed property. So you can see what kind of element is the element that you are inspecting, what is the accessible name of this element, and this is the accessible name that the screen reader is going to announce to a screen reader user. As well, you can see the specificity of the computed accessible name of this element. So in this case, you can see the title is the lower one in the tree, and area labeled by is always the higher rank one. Firefox has pretty similar tool for that. So I recommend you to use it while you develop your applications. The next one is write your own unit tests. I think it's very important to test your code, and writing your unit tests for your atomic components or your atomic functions and methods is very important as well. So in this case, I'm using Jest. Jest is a JavaScript library testing, or sorry, a JavaScript testing library, and I'm using the Axe engine again. We need to install it as a developer dependency in our application, and what you need to do is you write your unit test using Jest. In this case, I'm importing the whole app of my application, or the main file for my application. I am using the React DOM server to transform the application into a string, and I am throwing this string into the Axe engine, and of course I expect to have no violations. So when I run the test in the terminal, I'm going to see the results. In this case, it's very similar to the React library that I showed you before. You see what is the error, you see which element is the one who's causing the issue, and as well the direct link to the DQ University documentation. Once you have your tests, your unit test done as well, you want to automate your accessibility test at bigger scale. So in this case, I'm going to show you 3 tools that you can use in the terminal, not per project, and you can use it anywhere in your machine. So let's start with the well-known Axe engine. I've already talked about it 2 times, and you can install it globally in your machine, and you can run the command on your terminal with Axe followed by the URL that you want to test, and this is going to run the test in your terminal. And you can see, again, pretty much the same results that we've been talking about. What is the error, where is the error, and a bit of documentation with this DQ University link. Very similar library is A11y, and this works exactly the same. You need to install it globally in your machine, and you can use it in the terminal running P11y followed by the URL that you wish to test. And in this case, pretty similar results that Axe. You have what is the error. In this case, we have a very interesting field, which is what principle of the WCAG we are violating, as well the tree in the HTML DOM, and of course the element, the specific element that is provoking this issue. In this case, we don't have any link, any direct link to the documentation. It belongs to us to do our homework and look for the issue and how to solve it. And as well, you don't have to use any server or any testing environment to test this. You can test this over your local host and your local projects. But some people said, look, I have a lot of URLs. I don't want to test one by one. Is there any possibility that I can make a script out of this? So P11y has a very interesting extension, which is the P11y CI. And as well, you need to install it globally in your machine. And this allows you to create a config file in the root of your project with a JSON file stating the URLs that you want to test. The good thing here is you can do actions. You can take a screen capture. You can navigate through the application. You can wait for an element with a specific ID to be loaded and click on it. So and this will allow you to do much more than just test one URL. Of course, you just need to run P11y -ci. Is gonna look for the, so of course you need to run this in the folder of your project. It's gonna look for this config file and it's gonna run all these URLs that you stated in the JSON in the config file. Once it's done, pretty much the same results that we've seen before. What is the error, and which element is provoking the error, and you can see as well the screen captures in the root of your project. So you can use them for, I don't know, reporting purposes or a visual regression test. So very useful. The next tool that I want to show you is Lighthouse. It's a tool developed by Google and is built in every Chrome browser, but you can use it as well in the terminal. So you need to install it globally as the other ones. And in this case, instead of seeing it only in the terminal, when you put Lighthouse followed by the URL and --view, you're gonna see how Chrome, so Lighthouse is running a full instance of Chrome and is going to be testing a lot of things. It's gonna test performance, accessibility, responsiveness, low internet. So it's gonna be a lot of tests. And at the end, it's gonna be displayed a report, and you can click on accessibility and you can see how the scores for the accessibility test are there. You can see again what is the error, which element is provoking the error, etc. Yeah. So how can we use all these automate tests and the unit test examples that I show you to automate the accessibility test of our source code. If you have your code hosted in GitHub, you can take the power of GitHub Actions to automate the test of your code, not only accessibility. So GitHub Actions are a workflow with a list of tasks that you can perform. Is basically having some kind of CI/CD directly into your repository. So what I did is creating four GitHub actions, one for unit tests, one for Lighthouse, one for Axe, and one for A11y. And I'm telling the GitHub action to run those tests when I create a pull request to my main branch. So when you create a pull request, you are going to see some checks running, and you can see in the left side of every GitHub action, you can see a red cross if the test failed and a green check if the tests are good. You can see that all are red except Lighthouse, and this is why this is because Lighthouse is not a testing tool. It is a reporting tool. So a Lighthouse generates a report, and you are the one who need to read the report and decide what to do with your application. While Axe, A11y, and unit tests are fully a test, and they can fail or success. That's why you have a red cross or a green tick. Once you see a GitHub action, you can click in details. You can see of course, the running details and the log of the test, and you can see which specific test has failed. And in the case of Lighthouse, as I said, it's not a testing library; it's a reporting library. You can see the report itself, and you have to decide what to do with this report. You can read it, analyze it, and then act according to the results. If you want to know a bit more about this process, I wrote a full article only about GitHub Actions and those 4 tests, unit tests, A11y, Axe, and Lighthouse. So you can read more in my blog. And we said at the beginning that automate tests can only tackle and identify 20 to 50% of all accessibility issues that we have in our websites. And the big recommendation as well is do manual tests and simulation tests. Of course, I skipped putting in this presentation screen readers because it's a very big topic. So I definitely recommend you to use screen readers to understand what a screen reader user is hearing when using your website. But in this case, I'm focusing more into Chrome and Firefox extensions, because we are talking about websites and web applications. So everything works in a browser, or at least this is the majority of the applications. So you can use extensions to simulate or test manually. So the first one, again, back to our beloved Axe engine by DQ. You can find this extension when you install it under the development tools of your browser. You can click in Axe, analyze, and it's going to perform a full analysis of your website. It's going to display it in a more visual way, but the results are very the same as with React Axe or the Axe CLI directly in the terminal. You can see what is the error, where, and you have the severity level and the link to the documentation. Very similar application or extension in this case is the ARC toolkit. You can see it as well. You can find it as well under the developer tools in the browser. And you can see the family of elements that the test is performing. I'm choosing images here. The good thing as well is that in the window, you are going to see, in this case, the images that doesn't have any alternate text highlighted, so you can identify them and find them quicker. Another very useful tool is Accessibility Insights, is an extension built by Microsoft, and one of the features that I like from this extension is the tabbing order feature. So tabbing order is very important for a website because the tabbing order needs to be consistent with the content of your website. You need to understand that some some users will scan and navigate through your website using the tab key or a keyboard instead of a mouse. So you need to be sure that the navigation is fluid and consistent, and of course, meaningful with the content of your website. So you can see while you tap using this extension that you're gonna see a map with numbers on what is the order of the tabbing navigation of your website. So you can really use it to identify if this is the correct order of the navigation. Another very helpful and very, very complete extension is Wave. You can find that under the extension bar, and once you click, it's going to perform the analysis. You can see a lot of things here, like missing alternate text in images. You can see as well the heading levels of your document. As well, you can see the contrast ratios of the text. You can disable fully the styles of your website. You can see if the DOM structure is correctly built, and you can as well dig in the code if you are more familiar reading HTML. Very, very useful extension. So the summary is, or maybe not tips, but the things that worked for me is test your code while you develop. We already talked about Axe as an extension for React, Vue, or Angular, and linters to tackle and identify issues directly from the code editor. Use the browser development tools. So you are building a web product, so you are going to use a browser. The browser have excellent development tools built in, so please use them. How to make your accessibility test. We already seen how to write unit tests and using A11y and Axe and A11y and Lighthouse, and using GitHub Actions if you want to perform those tests while you're creating a pull request if you have your code hosted in GitHub. And do manual test and simulation tests. So use extensions for your browser. You can, of course, use a screen reader to simulate a screen reader user experience. So those are the 4 tips and advices that works for me, and I think it should work for you as well. The small application that I created in React is hosted under my profile in GitHub. The slides of this talk and some other talks that I gave are under speakerdog.com under my profile. You can read more articles about web accessibility in my blog. This is the main focus of my writing. I want to take advantage and recommend you an introduction to web accessibility course done by the W3C. You can find it in the platform edX. It's free, and it's not only for technical people. It's a very, very good starting point if you want to learn more about web accessibility. And I want to leave with a couple of sentences that I think summarizes the meaning of web accessibility. And the first one I said is just not just about disabled user being able to access your website. Is about everyone being able to access your website. We already seen at the beginning and as well in Megan's presentation that there is a lot of impairments, and not all impairments are permanent. We saw that they are temporary as well and situational. So we are all impair, the difference is the grade and the level of our impairment. And we are not the same impaired today than tomorrow than maybe in an hour. We already seen situational impairments. So we need to build websites and web products for everyone, because there is one true thing, is that we don't know who is our user, who is using our website. So we need to be sure that it is built for everyone, because accessibility is not a feature. It's never been a feature. It will never be a feature, because no disability, no impairment has been chosen, and we cannot treat accessibility as a post process or as a doing it later. We need to start including web accessibility from the very beginning of the ideation of a product, from the design, from the requirements, from the development, from the testing. It needs to come everywhere. This is a responsibility of a team and not a responsibility of the developers. So if we all work together to build an accessible product, we are helping to have a better, not only world, internet, sorry, not only internet, but a better world and a more accessible world for everyone. And I think that's pretty much. Thank you very much. Is it just me that I don't hear you? Okay. I still don't hear you.
You still don't hear me?
Oh, now.
Oh, well, hello. Thank you, Adrian, for your talk. Well, we're doing this live, right? So this is what you get. Sorry for that. Yes, I already had like a gazillion questions. You missed all of them, but no, I'm joking. So we had a question from the audience, and so just a quick check: was that an X-Linter you had enabled in GitHub?
Sorry, so, can you repeat?
Yes, sorry. Was that an X-Linter you had enabled in GitLab? You were talking about
in
the X2?
GitLab or in
GitHub.
Or in GitHub?
GitHub.
Okay, because so in GitHub, yes, there is an X-Linter.
Did I say GitLab?
You said GitLab, yeah, it's okay.
I thought GitHub.
No, yes, there is an X-Linter as an extension for GitHub repositories. But if you want to know as well, I mean, let's be honest, we are all developers. GitLab is using A11y built in their repositories as well. So either if you have your code in GitHub or GitLab, you are always able to test your code for accessibility.
All right, thank you. And do you know automatic testing tools, integration testing tools for Blazor application?
For mobile application, you said?
Blazor applications.
Ooh, not that I know of. I mean, I'm not sure. I will definitely write it down and investigate a bit more. And if the person who has this question wants to go back to me in private, then maybe I will give him an answer or give him or her an answer in a couple of days. I need to investigate.
Yes, sure. Or just feel free to check out our chat. I think they're also there. The questions also asked in there, so feel free to check that out. And one final question. What are the main accessibility errors found in websites across the internet?
I would say, so one of the biggest one is the misuse of buttons and links. So there is a lot of misuse of buttons when people want to use links, and links when people want to use buttons. I think the thumb rule would be buttons perform actions and links takes you somewhere. Missing alternate text for images is as well a very, very common mistake. And color contrast. I think we all want to have super beautiful and shiny websites, but sometimes we forgot about what is the relationship between colors and how text behaves and looks in different backgrounds. So I think those are for me the trio that you can find in main websites.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Adrian. I think we have one final question. Will GitHub Copilot include accessibility suggestions?
Ooh, that's a very interesting question. I'm not 100% sure if I understand the question as, is Copilot telling you that you should include a alternate text in an image because this is the work of a linter? But if Copilot is generating the code for you, it should be accessible. And if it's not, then I will talk to my fellow team to work with them on that.
Yeah, I think that's what I think, because the GitHub Copilot makes suggestions for you, and they're sometimes not very super accessible. So it would be amazing if the suggestions done by GitHub Copilot would be more accessible.
Definitely. I mean, from the accessibility team, we are a team in the middle, so we work with all the teams in GitHub. So definitely, this is something that we will work with them in the future for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Adrian.
Thank you for inviting me. It was very nice.
And I think we're now ready to move on to our next part of today's conference. Stacey, what's in store for us next?
Well, coming up next, we have a series of lightning talks where we are going to be touching on a wide variety of accessibility subjects. First up, we have Mike Macy, who is a senior developer at YoYo, and he's going to be talking to us about enacting positive change from accessibility within our tech community. And the tech community that Mike is referring to there is, of course, the Umbraco community, and we really want to thank them for supporting this very summit. After that, we'll have Hidde de Vries, a freelance front-end developer and accessibility expert, and he's going to be asking, can browsers do more in order to support accessibility automatically out of the box? Then we'll have Martien Dowden, a UI UX designer developer, a GDE and an MVP, and she's going to be taking us through using tables in the right way. Then we'll have Kilian Falkhoff, founder at Polypane Browser for Developers, and he's going to introduce us to the preference media queries so that we can make our sites better for everybody and not have to rely on the browser to do our work for us. And then finally, we will have Joe Glumbeck, senior .NET developer and lover of adventures, and he is going to be taking me back to my youth from the UK and looking at what we can learn about accessibilities from paper-based maps. Unfortunately, Linda's talk about the CSS side of accessibility isn't going to take place today, I'm afraid. But let's get started with Mike.
Hello, Tech Accessibility Summit, and welcome to my short session. My name is Mike Macy. I am a white male in my 30s. I have brown hair and a short beard with a little bit of salt and pepper grey speckled in there. I'm wearing a black long-sleeve t-shirt, and I'm speaking to you today from my home office. Today, I'd like to share with you our story of how we are able to enact positive change for accessibility within our tech community. And in order to do that, I think it's best to start with a little bit of backstory as to the community I'm referring to, as well as what I mean by we. The community I'm referring to is that of Umbraco. For those of you who aren't aware, Umbraco is a content management system that is open source and has been around for over 10 years. In 2019, myself, along with a few other members of the Umbraco community, formed a team called the Umbraco Accessibility Team. Since then, our goal has been to make Umbraco, which is commonly referred to as the friendly CMS, even more friendly than it has been before, to everyone. There was one thing that all of us had noticed, and that was the actual editing experience of Umbraco was lacking slightly in the accessibility requirements that we would like to see. Thankfully, because Umbraco is open source, we actually had the ability to check the code, scan through it, run our own accessibility audits, and find out what needed to be done, and in doing so, start fixing them. Over the last 2 years, through a series of techniques from writing blog posts to engaging with the community and engaging with Umbraco themselves, we've really seen a drastic improvement with how accessible the content management system now is for people. As a little example of what we've been able to achieve in our short time so far, we've had over 195 accessibility-related pull requests merged into the core of the code. Umbraco themselves have created an Umbraco accessibility training course, and they've also built in accessibility automated testing for the next main version of the back office system. This year, we were also able to put on our first Umbraco Accessibility Awareness Day event, which went down really, really well. But obviously, it's not as simple as saying, we did a bit of work and we've been able to achieve this. So we don't have much time, so I'm not going to go too far into all the nitty-gritty into what we did. At a top level, I'd like to try and break it down into 3 areas, 3 E's I'm going to call them. And the first one is engage. One of the key things for accessibility is, to be honest, making people aware. Usually once people find out that there are web content accessibility guidelines, there's almost a set of rules that helps people understand what their website should be doing. Usually people actually get more engaged, more interested in what they should be doing. So this is the first step, engaging with the community, engaging with the company behind the technology. Obviously, not every company is open source, like Umbraco, but that doesn't mean that you can't reach out to them and even just ask the question, have you considered accessibility in your system? And if not, here's maybe a few reasons why you should. It's important when we engage with our communities and the companies that may be behind those communities to consider the different roles and responsibilities different people have within them. So, for example, if someone is at the business level where they are looking for bringing in more customers or bringing in more revenue, their thought process as to why something should be done is going to be very different to, say, a marketeers or a developers or a designers or anything like that. And how you speak about the topic of accessibility can really help to encourage them to give it the attention that it should have. Sometimes they may simply not be aware that it's a thing. Other times you can say, okay, as a business owner, I want to bring in more customers, but if my site isn't accessible, I may be losing a market share. In the side of Umbraco as a content management system, for me, the powerful thing was realizing, as a developer, I will build a website using Umbraco. It will be released to a client or a customer, and then after that, it's down to them to use that day to day for their jobs. And I realized people may rely on that technology for their jobs, for their day-to-day lives. And if we are building software for people that isn't usable depending on various needs, then people may not be able to get a job. So not only you're potentially creating more business and more revenue, you're also potentially creating jobs when you consider accessibility within the content management system, for example. It's how we think about the problem and engage with the conversation. With that as well, it's important to encourage people. It can be quite a daunting thing hearing about accessibility. When we first did our first ever accessibility audit in the Umbraco system, we found 151 initial problems. Now that is a quite scary big number, right? But for us, it was actually encouraging because it meant that we could see the problem for what it was. We could divide it into the smaller sections. We could make it manageable and approach it in smaller chunks. We were able to encourage other members of our community to get involved, to help out. Some people have never had any experience with accessibility before, others have, and they could get together and help each other out. Another thing that can be really crucial is to understand that these problems won't get solved overnight, and to accept that and understand that that's fine. The key is to appreciate that whilst there may be problems now, if we know what they are, we can work together to improve them and make them better, even if it's a little bit at a time. I've got one more E for you, and that is to empathize. Because this, I found, was very important for people to not get too concerned. Yes, there are problems, and there may be many problems, but there's no blame, for example, for the reasons why there wasn't accessibility included to begin with. Right? Sometimes it's simply not, there's a knowledge gap there. Sometimes people don't have time, and as much as we'd all like to say it should be built by default, unfortunately, some companies, that's not possible. So having a bit of empathy for those who built it, I think, is really important because we want to be kind to one another. And by doing so, we can help to encourage and we can help to engage the communities even more so. We can understand why accessibility is important for the people who rely on it, and we can also understand why it may not be there now, but how, as a team, as a community, we can improve on it together, whether it's through an open source system and we're able to contribute ourselves, or whether it's through having conversations with a company who simply may not know about the subject and may need a little information. Maybe they need some guidance. But without a kind conversation, we won't get anywhere better. So I haven't had much time, obviously. 10 minutes isn't a huge amount of time to go into the detail of it, but at the top level, I like to think these three areas, engage, encourage, and empathize, are what ultimately helped us to achieve the success that we have. Together, we've been able to make Umbraco an even friendlier and better content management system than it was before. Whether these are small incremental changes or one big change, improvement is still improvement, it's still progress, whether it's small or large. So if you're wanting to enact positive change within your tech communities, it starts with the engagement, and it continues with the encouragement and the empathy with those within the community and with the companies themselves. We're all people, we're all doing the best we can, right? So just begin that conversation and remember to be kind to each other. Thank you very much.
Hello there, Tech Alley Conference. I'm Hidde, and I'm joining you today from Rotterdam, the Netherlands, to talk about whether accessibility problems could be automatically fixed by browsers. This is something I'm really interested in. I have a bit of a background in accessibility, having worked as an accessibility consultant for many years. In the last 2 years, worked at the World Wide Web Consortium on accessibility. And I'm really excited about finding ways to make the web more accessible for end users. And I think one of the things that we really should be exploring is whether browsers could actually help with that. So my question for today is, could browsers fix more of our accessibility problems automatically? Now, of course, a lot of accessibility problems are fixed because the accessibility community does a lot of outreach. Like, there are a lot of websites out there that can help you make your site more accessible. There's a lot of outreach there, and that is awesome. But one thing I've noted is that there are a lot of websites that aren't affected by that. It could be that they don't have a team kind of assigned to the website at that time. There could be that there's not even an organization behind the website, like in my hobby website about Harry Potter. Something like that might have inaccessible content that no one's aware of and no one is tasked with fixing. And the good news is that we can actually detect some problems automatically. An interesting group in that regard is ACT Rules, which is a group at the W3C, a task force that is part of the Accessibility Guidelines Working Group, which makes the WCAG guidelines, among others. Now, this group looks at, can we potentially write WCAG as test rules so that we can use them in our test engines? Because many of the people in the group build test engines like X and Microsoft Accessibility Insights, SiteImprove, those sorts of tools that you can run on a website that can tell you something about their accessibility. Now, we know that although we can automatically detect issues, it's only a small subset of them. But if we can, that did make me think, can we actually also automatically fix some of those issues? And again, this is a small subset of issues and probably an even smaller subset that can be automatically fixed. But still, I think that's a worthwhile thing to explore. As I mentioned before, it doesn't really relieve websites from their responsibility. It's not a get out of jail free card at all. I imagine this as a separate path to, organizations need to get their accessibility right. It's the right thing to do. They often have to by, there's lots of laws and so forth and so forth. So lots of reasons for organizations to get their accessibility right. But if they don't, I think browsers can, as a separate path, also fix some issues when they're able to. So with some caveats in mind, would we be able to fix some problems automatically? I want to look at a couple of things today that I think could be examples of what browsers could do and what browsers could help with. I'll imagine them as checkboxes, not because I think that's the best UI for them, but just because I think the ultimate implementation is much better done by actual browser engineers and designers. So bear with me, these are just examples. Some of them you will find in some browsers and others are new and haven't been picked up by any of the browsers. So let's look at a couple of examples of things that browsers could potentially do. The first one I want to look at is force readability. So what if we had a checkbox that would let us force readability on any given website? There are websites that put very light grey text on a grey background, making it really hard to read, that don't do any line lengths, that don't organize their typography properly. What if you could just force readability upon that? A checkbox like that would just kind of reformat the text and make it look pretty and readable. Now, this is actually something that already exists in some browsers. Firefox has got an excellent reading mode. Edge has a reading mode as well. They will let you switch to dark mode. They will let you choose colors that work better for you. Some of them will also let you adjust fonts. So there's a lot of customization options available, which is really helpful for users with a wide range of disabilities, including users with dyslexia, users with attention deficit disorders, and all those sorts of things. Another thing that I find in a lot of websites when I do audits is contrast problems. So problems with the foreground and the background color that don't have sufficient contrast. Now, this happens often when a website has like a header photo with some text on top of it. And it will create bad contrast, but it happens in many, many different places. In fact, it's quite widespread on the web. As WebAIM, they found that 86.4% of websites actually had contrast problems. And I think the solution could be quite simple. Maybe not pretty in a design sense, but simple. If you have white text and doesn't have enough color in the background, not sufficient contrast, what you could do is just draw a black backplate just right behind it. That's going to give it the contrast it needs. It might not be very pretty, and the designer of this page might not be so happy that this happens, but for an end user, it's pretty much what they need in order to access this content. Now, there is actually a browser plugin built by the people behind the Polypane browser for web developers, and this plugin called Fix Contrast allows you to give them a number, like a contrast number that you want to have, and then it's going to update every website that you go to and tweak the colors until they have sufficient contrast. So that grey text would just be made a little bit darker or a little bit lighter depending on what is needed. Now, this is a way that kind of browsers or plugins could intervene when something like this happens and when there is a accessibility problem. Now let's look at focus indication, another quite common problem. One of the 50 WCAG criteria on A and AA level, and something that frankly a lot of websites don't get right. So if you have a bit of text that has some links in it, The way to know which link you're currently on is by looking at the focus indication. So I'm currently on a link called Approaches, and when I go and press my tab key, I will go to the link Empowerment. And then when I press tab again, I'll go to that button underneath, and I can also go back to kind of that first link. Yeah, this is navigating around the page with just my keyboard, and the border allows me to know where I am. You might know this better from using a TV without a mouse or any kind of interface that doesn't have a mouse. This is important, but many websites turn it off, and I think that could be easily-ish fixed by a browser just overriding that behavior when users want to. So when they check that checkbox, give them the opportunity to actually indicate focus always. And this is something that Chrome has recently added through their accessibility settings. You can actually say, I want to have a quick highlight on the focused object and make that work. Another feature that I think could be really helpful is navigate by landmark, because often users might want to go to specific parts of the page, and landmark navigation can help them a lot with that. It can make it easier for people to efficiently jump to specific parts of a web page, and currently that can only be done using certain assistive technologies. A browser could actually expose landmarks that exist in the browser code. So someone could use HTML to define what the different areas are on a web page. Like on this page of The Guardian, could say, well, there's a main navigation, a subjects navigation, and a support navigation. That's 3 of them. Here is a way to navigate quickly to them. And then there's a bunch of different sections like main article, most viewed, related articles. And again, it would provide links to those specific sections to go directly to those parts of the page. So that's something that a browser could actually expose, making it easier for people who are not using assistive tech to jump to the part of the page that they actually want to go to. This might make you think, should browsers do more? Should they do more than kind of the obvious, like highlighting focus or exposing landmarks or, fixing contrast? I think they could do a couple of things, like Safari guesses accessible names, which is a big problem, like when form fields aren't indicated what their name is, but they do have some visual label. Sometimes Safari will say, well, then that's probably the name for that input. It could maybe guess what headings are, like looking at all paragraphs that are just one line and end in a period, maybe they're headings. Or, maybe a browser could look at the button roll as a hint to figure out that something needs to be activatable with just a keyboard. Maybe sequences of strings that start with a bullet or numbers, maybe they are lists. So there could be heuristics built into browsers that try to recognize certain things that developers have not added and that is still important for users with disabilities to get access to. So basically, yeah, with caveats in mind, I think browsers could do more to fix accessibility problems automatically. There's a bunch of things that we can detect, and I think some of them are actually fixable in browsers. And others might be more experimental, but still interesting to look at. Now, there's a community group I just wanted to plug called Accessibility Features Community Group, and I started with a bunch of friends. Feel free to join that. We are currently paused, but we are looking to restart this group in the next year. So if you're interested in this sort of thing, feel free to join us. And with that, I want to thank you very much for listening. My name was Hidde. I am available on Twitter at HDV, and I will be tweeting out these slides later on as well.
Hi, my name is Martine Dowden, and today we're going to talk about tables. Tables historically have gotten a bad rap because we used to use them for layout out of not having a whole lot of choice, and because they're difficult to handle nicely on mobile. Today we're going to walk through how to create a table that works well on desktop and mobile without having to write the code twice or having to use any JavaScript. Some things we've done in the past include using word break in order to make sure that our content worked well. This table only has 3 columns, and it's already quite difficult to read. We can use ellipses in order to try to make that a little bit better. However, it's probably not going to work as your main strategy for making a table work well on mobile. With ellipses, what we've often done is added a title so that you can read the full content that is supposed to be in the cell. However, the problem with this approach is that 1, hover doesn't exist on mobile, so we would need an alternate or JavaScript strategy for mobile. And 2, it's not exactly discoverable, so short of the user hovering over it and accidentally figuring out how it works, or having seen this paradigm before and knowing to hover to see if there's a title, There's no easy way to know that this feature even exists. So let's look at a better solution. As a reminder, this is our end goal. First, we're going to start with a plain HTML table. We have standard HTML, just plain old TR, TDs, TH. We're going to add some basic styles, border collapse, and we're going to make sure the table takes the full width. So far, pretty standard stuff. It looks okay on desktop, but on mobile, it looks pretty bad. It definitely has some overflow issues. We have some left and right scroll. We're going to need to fix that. We're going to start mobile first and then address desktop. The first thing we're going to want to do is take the T-head, T-body, and the rows and give those a display block. Notice how cells and rows have specific roles attached to them. This is why we start with an HTML table. That way the roles are right there and semantic to the HTML. If we use divs, we would have to write aria to replace those roles, as divs don't have them, so that assistive technologies could understand our code. By starting with a standard HTML table, we prevent that problem and reduce the amount of code we therefore need to write. Next, because we're on mobile, we're going to get rid of that header for a little bit, but we're not actually going to get rid of it by using a display none. We're going to just shove it off the screen. That way screen readers still know that the head exists, it's still a standard table, but the headers are now off to the side, and from a visual standpoint, we're going to replace those a little bit later. So I'm going to use a position absolute and move it off somewhere off screen so that it can no longer be visible. We'll then take the header information and put it back into the cells in just a little bit. As you can see, we haven't changed much other than our header has disappeared. Next, we're going to take our cells, give them a display block, and give them some padding. We're now neatly stacked, and now we're going to add that header information back in. In the HTML, we're going to make a small edit. We're going to add a data header attribute to each of the cells, naming what header that cell belongs to. Then in the CSS, we can take that header information and inject it using before and content for it to show up before each of our cells so that visually we have that understanding of what that content represents. Without doing that, yes, the content is available, but it's very hard to tell what each of the individual lines of content means, especially if that content is going to wrap. We then pull that header information in the CSS using attribute, data header, and then we can add a colon. As you can see, the header information is now visible before every cell, so we know what information matches to what. We can now style our table a little bit more so that there's better differentiation between what is content, what is header information, where our rows start and stop. So let's start with the header information. We're going to give it some color, change the font weight, make it small caps, capitalize it, and make sure it's aligned to the left. Next, we're going to style our rows by giving them some borders. Each row is going to get a border bottom, and then we're going to add a border top to the first row so that we can make sure to nicely show where the table starts. Our last piece is going to be alternating the colors in our body by doing a TR nth of type even and giving that a background color, so every other row is going to have that background color of Alice blue. We now have a table that works quite well on mobile, but now we need to make sure it works well on desktop as well. If we expand our view to have more of a desktop size, we can see that it no longer looks like a table on desktop. To handle our desktop layout, we're going to use a media query. I'm going to use a min width of 600. Depending on your table and how many columns it have, the amount of data in it, etc., you may need to change that number. 600 will work well for this example, so that's what we're going to use. And in there, we're going to take all of those elements that we added blocks and changed our display type to, so table, t-head, t-body, tr, th, and td, and we're going to revert our styles. We're going to do a display revert. This, in this case, is going to take them back to the defaults from the browser, which is exactly what we want, and we're going to do the same thing for the position. Because as you may remember, we took that t-head and shoved it off to the side off the screen, and so we want to make sure that gets brought back to where it's supposed to be. So we're going to give the display and position properties the value revert in order to bring us back to our default styles. As you can see, our table now behaves like a table again. The last piece is going to be getting rid of the header information that is coming before every cell. It's no longer necessary because we brought the table header back to the screen. To get rid of the information, we're going to do td before and just a content of empty string, and that will make that information go away. And so now we have a table that works well on desktop and on mobile with minimal amounts of code and no JavaScript. Thank you for watching. You can find the code on CodePen or on GitHub as a gist. Feel free to reach out to me on social media. My Twitter handle is Martine_Dowden, or check out my work at martine.dev. Have a great rest of your day.
An inclusive web, on using preference media queries to make your site work for everyone. Hi, I'm Killian, the creator of Polypane, the browser for building responsive and accessible websites, and I'm here to tell you about user preference media queries. A little over a decade ago, there was a paradigm shift in web development. In 2010, the term responsive design was introduced as a way to describe how we can make websites adapt to the screen size, by reflowing and repositioning content as the available space allows. But we can adapt to more than just screen sizes. With responsive websites, we can have a design that's responsive, as well as a website that adapts to user preferences, providing an experience catered to each user's unique needs. Here's how. Browsers are implementing a new set of media queries that let developers respond to preferences that the user might have as to how a website should look and work for them. In this presentation, I'll go over each, but due to time limits, we won't be spending a ton of time with them. I'll link to more resources at the end of this presentation. With prefers color scheme, or as most of us call it, dark mode, a user indicates whether they prefer to see a light or dark version of your site. Users might prefer a dark version because it's easier on their eyes, or a light version because it usually has more contrast. Using the prefers color scheme media query, we can check for both dark and light. There used to be a no preference option, but it got removed since it was essentially the same as light mode. Most of you will have a website in light mode. Adding a dark mode from scratch can be a big project. If you want to add dark mode but don't have a lot of time, you can use cheap dark mode. It works like this. First, we invert the entire page using the invert filter. This makes everything that's dark light and the other way around. Unfortunately, what this also does is invert the hue, so anything that's blue becomes orange, for example. That's not great, you can't have your brand color suddenly be different. So we use another filter to rotate the hue by 180 degrees, which means we end up with the original hue. It won't match your colors perfectly, but it's usually close enough. At this point though, images and videos will look pretty bad, so we need to fix that. We can fix that by adding an invert and hue rotate filter again, basically undoing the previous one. At this point, the background hasn't changed along, so we have to add an explicit background color. This one's dark gray, but you can also add a little bit of color depending on what works best for your site. I do advise not using full black because it's usually too contrasting. Now, this isn't perfect and it's not as good as a fully custom dark theme, but it will get you something decent in a few lines of code. And here's what that would look like. On the left, the regular side, and on the right, the cheap dark mode one. Users can indicate they want to see less stuff happening on screen with the prefers reduce motion media query. The reason they want to do this can be things like motion sickness, vestibular disorders, or just that they don't have time to wait for your nice animations. If a user has this turned on, it doesn't mean you can't show any motion, but you have to be mindful. Use motion only where it helps understanding, and prefer animations that fade rather than move. And for videos, make sure you don't autoplay them. In terms of CSS, this is a boolean. It's either on with reduce or off with no preference. The best way to approach this is to consider motion as a progressive enhancement. Design your site without motion and only add in animations when the user has no preference set. But if that's not an option, or the site is already built, you can use the prefers reduce motion reduce option to turn animations off, for example with cheap reduce motion. Now, this is very crude. It will just turn all animations and transitions off. You can see some weird values here, like -1 milliseconds. That's to make sure that any JavaScript APIs that depend on animation end will still be called. If you do this, make sure that everything is still visible, for example with transitions from transparent to opaque. While the previous media queries are supported across browsers, the next few have no or limited support, so consider them a preview of what we can do in the near future. Not everyone is lucky enough to have fast or reliable internet, or unlimited data plans. Browsers can send the save data on header, and web servers can then choose to send smaller images and videos and disable any form of preloading, server push, or polling. Doing this on a server, however, is often hard to do because you as a developer or designer lack access to the server configuration, or the configuration requirements are just too complex for your current system. That's unfortunate because it can have a big impact on who gets to see and use your website. Luckily, coming up is the prefers reduce data media query. It's not available in browsers yet, but you can emulate it in Polypane and after changing some settings in Chromium. Though you can do less with it than the HTTP header, which would let you send an entirely different website, this is much more accessible for implementers. You can prevent downloading fonts and background images or choose to download smaller images. And in JavaScript, with the Match Media API, you can prevent preloading and polling. We don't have time to get into it, but check out the blog post I wrote at bit.ly/prefers-reduce-data. Now, prefers contrast indicates whether your user wants to show your site with less or more contrast. It's supported in Chromium and partially in WebKit, which only supports the prefers contrast more option. It can be difficult for people with a visual impairment to pick up subtle differences in color, and they will prefer more contrast. On the other hand, people with light sensitivity issues might prefer a screen with less harsh contrasts. More and less contrast makes sense, but what does custom mean? Custom will match when a user has forced colors turned on. The idea is that you can then use a single media query, prefers contrast without a value, to reduce the overall visual complexity of your site in a number of different situations. I don't think this is particularly clear or useful, but we don't have time to get into that. Moving on. With prefers reduced transparency, users can indicate they want to see text on a solid background. They want this usually due to visual impairments, making it hard to read text on patterned backgrounds, but it can also help people with dyslexia or concentration problems. Unfortunately, there is no browser support yet. Like reduce motion, there's two options, and once support lands, consider again to make the reduce case the default and only add your transparencies when the no preference media query matches. The next two media queries do not have a prefers prefix, since they do not require you to make changes. However, you can use them to detect changes and compensate for them. Inverted colors is a Mac-only feature and forced colors is a Windows-only feature. The inverted color setting on Mac will invert all the colors on your screen, including websites. So you might think you need to use this media query to double invert images and videos like we did for cheap dark mode, but Safari already does this for you. You can, however, U-shift your entire site to make sure your brand colors are still followed. In general, I think the dark mode in macOS and the prefers color scheme media query are the successors to this particular setting, so use those instead. The values look like this. It's either none or inverted. On the Windows side, we have forced colors, which map to the Windows High Contrast mode. Windows High Contrast mode lets users specify and override all the colors on their OS. Usually, this is used to create high contrast black on white or white on black color schemes, but it can also be used for sepia or even wilder color schemes. Users can configure this as they want. So high contrast mode is a bit of a misnomer. To reiterate, this media query does not begin with prefers because your browser has already overwritten all the colors on your site to make everything uniform with the rest of your operating system. The active value will tell you if it's active or not. In addition, if a white text on black background color scheme is chosen, prefers color scheme dark will match. Because all the colors have already been overwritten by the browser, there's not really much for you to do except make sure that things like SVG icons are still visible and to add borders to elements that previously were differentiated by a background color. And because you don't know which color scheme the user decided to use, you can't use your own colors for this. Instead, you can use these CSS color names. But what if your colors are important? For example, when you're showing color swatches for a product in a web shop. You can opt out of forced colors with the forced colors adjust none CSS property and value. Make sure to use that just for the elements where your chosen colors are important and not for entire pages and sections. Now, these three options, forced colors, prefers contrast and inverted colors, seem similar but do not serve the same purpose. Forced colors overrides all your styling to something your user wanted, often with significantly increased contrast. With prefers contrast, it's your job to increase the contrast, but the user would still like to see your design. Lastly, inverted colors has no such explicit goal. It's mostly used to make screens less bright. This was, in a nutshell, the user preference media queries that you can use to make your site truly responsive to your visitor. I'm Kilian Valkov, and you can find me in these places. Please check out Polypane, and if you want to read more about all the media queries, check out bit.ly/all-media-queries. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. We're going to spend the next 10 minutes doing something hopefully a little bit different and taking a slightly different view of things by talking about mapping our journey to accessibility. And that's what we can learn about accessibility from maps. So my name is Joe Glombeck, and although my day job is a back-end web developer, I take a lot of interest in the front-end world and deem myself a bit of an accessibility advocate. I'm also a real outdoors enthusiast, but we'll come on to why that's relevant in a bit. Accessibility is a fairly new concept in the world of the web. The web itself is only in its early 30s, and that's not much older than myself. And I think it's fair to say that accessibility wasn't a priority in Web 2.0. So to catch up, it makes a lot of sense to stand on the shoulders of giants. So what can we learn about accessibility from the real world that we can apply to the world of the web? The real world contains thousands of examples of accessible design, from accessible parking spaces and accessible toilets to tactile paving and hearing loops. But it can be quite difficult to find parallels to some of those issues that we come across on the web. So if only there was something from the analog world that conveyed information in a visual way, more like a website does. I'm sure you can tell where I'm going with this. Let's talk about maps. So outside the office, I'm a real outdoor enthusiast, generally accompanied by my girlfriend Kirsty, who's a geographer, and my dog Carter. We enjoy hiking, camping, canoeing, and much more. And many of these activities require the use of maps for our enjoyment and for our safety. So what with me being an avid map user and my girlfriend being a geographer, one day we started to discuss the accessibility of maps, and I realized there were many parallels that we could draw to the web. Some caveats though. We're going to take a look at how maps are an accessible method of visually representing data. The outdoor maps I'm going to show you are pretty poor at highlighting accessible features, facilities or routes. You won't find accessible toilets, paved footpaths without stiles, etc. marked on these maps. I do, however, think that as a visual method of representing data, they are a good example, even if they don't convey information about accessible features, if that makes sense. So why are we looking at maps? Mapping has been around for a long time, and the web, it hasn't. So we've had Mappa Mundi, which is a sort of crude religion-centered map, maps of the known world, and they were created in the early 14th century. And then serious mapping of English towns began in the 16th century, while Ordnance Surveys, whose maps I generally use, they started their work in 1791. So what have Ordnance Survey done in those past 2 centuries to improve their maps' usability, and what can we learn from them? Ordnance Survey, by the way, are the sort of major mapping provider in the UK. And as much as I'd like to use Ordnance Survey maps in this presentation, they have extremely strict licensing rules. So today I'm actually using the Outdoors map by Thunderforest, and that's based on OpenStreetMap data. And you can find that at opencyclemap.org. And we're going to be looking at a map of one of my favourite towns in the UK, and that's Ambleside in the Lake District. So maps have a low barrier to entry, and I'll explain what I mean. If I gave you a map you'd never seen before and asked you to point out a lake, a river, woodland, or roads, I'm sure many of you would have very little issue in doing so. They use logical colours, shapes, and symbols which reflect the real world. Focusing on symbols for a little bit, I'm sure you can take a very reasonable guess as to what each of these mean without even looking at the key in the map. I'll give you the answer straight away. Spoilers. So that's a campsite, a pub, a coniferous woodland, a car park, boat hire, boat trips, tourist information, bike hire, cycle trail, and a castle or fort. But maps are really detailed for those people who are looking for that detail. So you can spot hilltops, valleys, steep cliffs, and all of these can be read from the contour lines, which on this map are the thin grey lines that you can see flowing around each other. You can even tell if a church has a spire or a tower, or if a woodland is deciduous, coniferous, or mixed. You've also got your power lines, or your fences, and the type of footpath that can even be read from this type of map. But they don't provide too much noise. It's not too busy just by looking at it. And in a digital map, like Google Maps or OpenStreetMap, more or less detail can be rendered depending on the zoom level. So zoomed out over there, we see the bigger picture. We see town names and major roads. But as we start to zoom in, we see minor roads appearing and buildings, as well as the names of smaller areas and more points of interest. You start to see the car parks, pubs, restaurants, public toilets, hotels. We even lose sight of the bigger picture, like the town name has disappeared, because they become less appropriate as we zoom in. And print maps do exactly the same thing. So Ordnance Survey released several scales of map, each with different levels of detail. The 1 to 25,000 scale, which is 4 centimeters on the map, is 1 kilometer in the real world. And that's commonly used by hikers so that they can see the intricacies of tiny crossing footpaths. If you're cycling, however, you can travel so far in a day that a 1 to 25,000 scale map is fairly useless to you. So then you might use a 1 to 50,000 scale map, and that's 2 centimeters on the page, being 1 kilometer in the real world. That That way you don't see so many of the little footpaths or the exact detail, but many of the cycle tracks are clearly marked, and there's enough detail to appease someone who's traveling through the landscape a bit faster. We also get several methods of receiving data. So heights can be provided as spot heights. They're also provided in contour lines and the contour numbers. And as a reader, you can choose which method is most appropriate to you. So if I'm climbing Loughrigg Fell and I want to get an approximate height I'm going to be climbing that day, I can take the spot heights at the top of the peak. So it's going to be about 336 meters. But for a more detailed estimate, you can count the individual ups and downs along the route using the contour lines. We've also the more important the location, the more prominent its name will appear on the map. And this makes a lot of sense, right? If I want to find Loughrigg Fell, then I'd have very little chance of finding it unless I first look for the county of Cumbria. Then I look for Ambleside, and finally for Loughrigg. And the prominence of these place names, therefore, reflects the structure, making smaller places easy to find. We've also got a very low reliance on colour. A good map will generally use high contrasting colours to help different features stand out, and text is often outlined in white or very carefully positioned on a manually designed map to make it stand out from the background. Shaded areas such as woodland and grassland will usually have a tree or grass symbol, so they can be identified without relying on just colour. As you can see, the Ordnance Survey and OpenStreetMaps work quite well in monochrome, as anyone with a budget-conscious photocopier, happy secondary school geography teacher will appreciate, and that makes them colourblind friendly as well. Where colour is used, it's used to enhance. So the text colour on these maps is contextual to help identify what label is labelling. So a river is labelled in blue, and woodland is labelled in green, that sort of thing. Now, paper maps don't work well for people with severe visual impairment or blindness, but just to briefly cover some of the options available, many digital mapping apps provide a reasonable navigation experience with a screen reader or using navigation directions or vibrations. It's also possible to print 3D maps based on OpenStreetMap data and using services like touch-mapper.org. And also OpenStreetMap has several projects to provide accessibility to the OpenStreetMap services for blind and visually impaired persons. More information is available on the OpenStreetMap wiki. But what can we take away from this look into maps then? Maps avoid information overload. They only include the information that people need. They provide more information though for those who want it. They're not oversimplifying. There's a clear data structure, ensuring that sections are clear to allow for that skimming for places. They ensure a high contrast. They don't depend on colour, but it is used to provide that extra supplemental information. And there's more than one way to find information. So applying that to the web then, avoiding that information overload, although there's a lot of information in the detailed maps we looked at today, they don't distract from that basic information. So on the web, we should be careful to only include the information people need. We don't want to be waffling, and we don't need that information that the user is unlikely to want or need. We can summarize the content of a page early on to save users scrolling through all the detail if they don't need to be on that page at all. We also want to provide more information though to those who want it. So simplifying information doesn't mean we need to trivialize it. People who need more information, you need to provide that in-depth information further down in an article or by linking to other pages which go into more detail on that specific subject. Thinking about the data structure then, it might seem obvious to give bigger towns larger text on a map, but we also need to ensure that our sections are clear on our websites to allow for skim reading. So we're using those appropriate headings, H1 to H6, and semantic markup. And it applies to your site as a whole as well. So think about your site structure and your menus as well. As for high contrast, there's no reason not to. Check your colors against contrast checkers and make sure any text overlaying an image will always meet those requirements, especially important in a CMS where that image might be changed in the future or where a responsive design might change how that image is cropped. It might be worth suggesting brand guidelines are amended as well. If the brand guidelines don't allow for certain color choices that are accessible, it might be worth raising that as an issue. Don't depend on color, but it can be very useful to provide that supplemental information like we talked about. If you're using color to convey something important, you're also going to want to use an icon or a pattern as well. And finally, we want to provide more than one way to obtain information. So cross-link to related content and provide key information from a graph in text as well. Make sure your users can find that important information. That's why your website exists at all. That's it. Thank you very much. You can find more information on my blog there, where I take a look at audience survey maps in the same sort of environment, but with a little bit more detail. And that blog is at joe.gl, and you should be able to find it from there. Thank you very much for listening, and enjoy the rest of your day.
For the next half an hour. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Martien, Kilian, and Hidde. And Martien, maybe you could give a quick introduction about yourself.
Hi, I'm Martien, and I'm a UX UI developer. My pronouns are she, her. Currently, I have long hair up and bun. I'm wearing a gray sweater, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. And Kilian, maybe you could introduce yourself to us as well.
Hi, I'm Kilian Valkov. I'm the founder of Polypane. I'm a white male in my 30s, wearing a gray sweater, and my pronouns are he, him.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Hidde, if you could introduce yourself to our audience. I think you're possibly on mute.
Yeah, there we are. I think I'm unmuted now. Sorry for that. So I'm Hidde. I'm a front-end developer and accessibility consultant, also in my 30s. I am a white male wearing a blue shirt today, and pronouns are he, him.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. So we've got about 25 minutes to go through just some questions to try and get some extra information out for our audience. The first question that we have is, do you find that developers know all of the options that they have available to them in order to make websites more accessible? Martien, maybe you could start off answering this one.
There's so much out there that no, I don't think that usually developers know, even if they know, like even me today, if I were to create a new website, I know a lot about accessibility, but there's always more, right? There's always something else. There's new technology evolving every day. Even the web, new features are pushed every day. So I think that there's always more that can be learned, and especially if you're new to accessibility, I find that the sheer amount of information available can sometimes be in and of itself a barrier to entry, which is kind of really interesting if you're thinking of the whole picture. But thankfully, I think there's a lot of new resources out there, and the spec website has been doing a lot better job, especially in the last several years, getting some of that information a lot more easy to read and with a lot more information. So I find that, does everybody ever know everything? No. Is there places we can find some of that information? Yeah. So I think that's kind of nice.
Okay. Hidde, do you have anything that you would like to add to that, or?
Yeah. My answer to the same question would probably be a bit of both. Like, it is easy to find information for developers, and a lot of accessibility problems in the wild aren't of the difficult category. So in that sense, it should be easy. But on the other hand, a lot of information is hard to find, especially when it comes to more advanced components and patterns. So yeah, there's still a lot for us to do as people teaching web accessibility to make it a lot easier to apply accessibility.
Okay. In which case, I'd like to move on to the next question, and I'm going to put this one to Killian then, which is, bearing in mind we do have so much that we can do, and there is too much for any individual to know. What do you feel is the best bang for buck steps that somebody trying to create an accessible application or an accessible website can take to get them started and to make it, the most accessible for someone who's starting, say?
Yeah, so I think the nice thing about the web is that you can adapt it incrementally. Like you don't have to know all the technologies to build a website. You can start with what you know and then build on that. So then you very quickly go back to like the classic structure, like start with the HTML, learn how to build a website using HTML that describes the content, that using semantic HTML, because that will get you the farthest, the fastest, because it affects all the other things. So definitely like make sure your HTML is well structured, is semantically correct, and only then move on to making sure CSS with JavaScript that it's visually correct, it's visually accessible. So that would be definitely the structure I would follow.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to that, Killian? Sorry, Hida?
I think what Killian said is great. That's a really good basis to start with.
Okay, and if I can come back to you, Martina, I think this one goes quite nicely onto your talk with the tables, because I am old enough to remember when we did everything with tables and it was absolutely hideous. And I'm also can remember when everything was then changed and we weren't supposed to use tables because it was absolutely hideous. And now we have how we're supposed to use it for actual tabular data and make things accessible. Are there other things that you've seen come circle like that inside of the web development world, where things that we've abused in the past, we can actually now use to our advantage and make our life, or make the life of our users better?
The first one that comes to mind is, especially with Angular and React, and I poke on these two, but it's really true of most JavaScript frameworks. It's so easy to put an on-click on just about anything, whether it's supposed to have an on-click, if it's a button or otherwise, right? And I think that more than anything, the awareness that that's a bad idea has gotten a lot better. And so I think we're finally seeing that trend, or I'm hoping diminish, because people are becoming a lot more aware that that's just not a good idea. So I think that is one that I'm happy to see go away. But yeah, that's the first one that came to mind, I think, is just the on-clicks not being, and people just becoming aware that it might be easy to do, but has its own problems.
Yes, I can't help but think back to my one of the jobs that I've been in, where it was, you know what, we really want this to look like a button, but that's too hard, so we're just going to make this div look like a button and stick an on-click in there. Nobody will ever know. Okay, if I can go back to you then, Hida, for the next question. And this one, I think, is a really important one to get started, and that is, who do you think should take ownership for making sure that the product that is being developed is accessible to the end users?
Yes, so when you try to think of specific roles, like, is it going to be the developer or like the designer or maybe some manager in the team? I see a lot of teams kind of make that mistake, and I feel like this would actually be something that everyone has responsibility for. So when accessibility works best, it is when kind of the whole team is aware that accessibility is necessary and kind of takes responsibility within their own area. And then you can have like a specific person maybe making sure that that actually happens, or maybe starting some of that. But ultimately, I think everyone needs to have their own responsibilities within accessibility, and it's also like accessibility is something that most of the roles can contribute something to, whether it's designers, developers, or content folks, or even project managers. They can do stuff that can make accessibility better, like maybe ordering captions for video that's gone online or something like that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Killian, could I put the same question to you?
Yeah, I don't really have much to add.
Okay. Martine, do you have anything extra to add to that?
Not really. I can mirror the same thought that everybody has definitely their own role that they can play, and there's always something they can bring to the table when it comes to accessibility. That's one of the things I hear often from back-end people is, or primarily focused back-end developers are like, well, I'm on the back-end, there's nothing I can do. And it's like, there's always something, even if it's just an opinion or a thought on, and maybe an area that got overlooked, or writing the API in a way that makes it easier to make the front end more accessible. There's always something and everybody can do.
Okay. If I could extend the question then just a little bit and stay with you here, Martine. Have you helped companies, designers, the back-end developers? Have you done anything in the past, or what have you done in the past to see how you can help these people see the importance of making sure that what we're building is accessible?
I think under the importance bit I find is the hardest hurdle for people to grasp, and then to make the jump between, yes, we understand it's important, but actually taking action towards it. So I got lucky that several of the projects I worked on, it was asked for from us, so it made the whole concept of getting it started not that bad because it was being asked for. The projects where it hasn't, I find that the easiest way to get them started is to just start doing it in your work, and to like bring it, mention it, like in the code review, put a comment. It's like, we're doing it this way because of accessibility, or bringing up that, hey, if we do it maybe during story grooming, if you're doing agile, bringing up, hey, if we do it the slightly different way, then it'll be more accessible. And you start seeing people kind of getting it and kind of starting to kind of follow. And I find that when there isn't that mandatory, like, you need to do this as part of this project, and you're needing to kind of lead in, that kind of gentle leading by example tends to work quite well.
Okay. Hida, have you done anything in this way to try and help people see the importance or help people get started?
Yeah, I kind of think of it as like a toolkit. Like, there's different arguments to be made for web accessibility, and some of these arguments work better on specific people. So like, there's people in the team who are going to be convinced by just legal arguments, like, it's the law, or it is going to be the law in a few years, and that works. Others will be more convinced by empathy-based arguments, like, this is what we're supposed to do, it just makes sense to do. And maybe technical people even are going to be convinced by arguments like, if you write clear and structured markup that is semantic, then it's easier to maintain because you can then more easily see what's in your code. So like, there's a lot of different arguments to be made, and I kind of try to switch between them and see kind of whatever works best. Ultimately, I think the legal argument is the easiest, especially people higher up are usually going to want to see an argument like that. That is the sad reality. Sometimes statistics work, like if you talk about, 1 in 5 people has a disability, so that's a lot of users that you miss out on. that sometimes work. But yeah, I think the legal argument for me is the most effective when I use that.
Okay, Killian, do you have anything different that you've done?
So what I find is that a lot of times it's also just knowing about the issue. As I said earlier, you can get started with HTML and create the worst website ever, and your browser will just display it. It'll look fine. It'll do what you think it does. You can click all the things, and even though they're, divs with on-click handlers, you click the thing and the browser does the thing. So it's very easy to not be aware of any issues, and just creating that awareness already helps. And then from there on, to really make it stick, you have to do what Hidde and Martien said, and you could go into things like making sure accessibility is part of your definition of done, and it's part of your testing, like Anton, What one of the other speakers mentioned earlier, like make sure that people are confronted with it, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. And then when we get started, when we allow people to get started, are there any pitfalls or the big mistakes that people can do that they think they're doing the right thing when they start with this, but they're actually not? Hidde, maybe you could start us off with this one.
So pitfalls when people think they've started, I think that's maybe trying to see accessibility as a checklist. So I've often seen that in teams where it's like, oh, if we have these 5 things checked off, then we're there. And that kind of forgets about the reality of, you also need to test with users, and you also want to make sure that the best practices that you use are actually good practices. And that is, I think, one of the harder things to get right in web accessibility, because there's a lot of code examples online that might be either out of date or might have bad browser support. So a lot of this comes down to actually ensuring that you've tested everything, as well as made sure that it works not just on browsers and assistive technologies, but also with end users. And thinking about it too easily and thinking, oh, I've just got these 5 checkpoints that I need to do. That's I think one of the pitfalls, and tricky for the long term to actually make sure that you get it right.
Okay, thank you. Killian, what things have you seen out in the wild or have experienced yourself when you were starting this?
So I have a few very practical examples, and that's to do with developers trying to do the right thing, but not knowing precisely how what they're doing is interpreted by, for example, screen readers. So when it comes to describing an image or providing labels for landmarks, what I see very often is descriptions of images starting with like picture of or image showing. And that's very good, because that means developers are thinking about like, what is this image saying and what is it conveying? What they then don't know is that assistive technologies will announce that image as an image. So the assistive technology will literally say image of. So you can just leave that image of out and describe the image directly. And it's very difficult to realize that on your own, because you're asked to describe something and naturally you go, well, this thing is yada, yada, yada. The same happens with navigation landmarks. So if you have a nav element, you can give that a name. And usually people just say, well, this is the main navigation. So I'm going to call it main navigation. That makes sense, right? But again, assistive technologies will tell a user that this is navigation. So that's going to be read out loud as navigation, main navigation, which again is that duplication so it's people trying to do the right thing, but then, there's the extra step of making sure that things are being announced as you think they they should be announced.
That one's very recognizable for me. I've fallen into that trap on Twitter a long time until I realized this and learned this, and it's like, I'm just calling all images images. Good one to learn. Martine, maybe you could tell us some of the pitfalls that you've seen or that you've done yourself.
I think my favorite that I've seen in a while was my favorite, not in a good way, was an input field where like the developer had tried to make it as accessible as possible. So it had a label by, a described by, a title, a placeholder. I mean, like everything, and it all said the exact same thing. So the concept of more ARIA is not better. If you're going to have to use ARIA, know why you're using it and what it's actually doing. Just adding more of it isn't going to make your accessibility better. You have to add it to the right amount to the right places, not just like, hey, we're gonna ARIA everything and it'll be great. So that's maybe, and I've fallen into the trap of putting, a placeholder, a title, and a label that said the same thing at some point, I'm sure. Hopefully it's no longer in production. But that's the one I see the most, is people really wanting to do the best they can and going a little overboard, just a little.
Okay. Next one is, these days we don't just we can click on websites, of course. These days we have mobile phones, we have tablets, we have computers with touchscreens, and we can do gestures as well as clicking with the mouse. Do you have any tips for making gestures more accessible? Killian, maybe you can start us off with this one.
So I don't have any personal experience with that. So just to say that, but I guess, and if anyone else has some knowledge here, but if you provide gestures, also make sure you have an alternative way to trigger the same action, either by voice or by literal buttons or by key presses, shortcuts. Make sure that if someone doesn't have the motor skills or ability to make that gesture, that they can still perform the action.
Okay, thank you. Martine, do you have anything else that you can add to this one?
Also, a button there's a physical, generally label of what it does, right? Or what it's going to do. Same with the link. A gesture doesn't have any indication of what it's going to do. So there's a little bit of a barrier of even knowing that the gesture exists or is a thing or can be done. So if it's going to be like a primary way of interacting with the application, some kind of onboarding or tutorial. I mean, there needs to be some way for the user to know what the actions are, like what those gestures are and how, like what they're going to do. I think is probably really important as well.
Okay, and Hida, do you have anything that you would like to add to this?
Yeah, I think most generally, never rely on one way of interacting. So Killian touched on that, and basically for the reasons that Martine mentioned, you don't really want to rely on just one way. You want to make it clear that there are multiple ways, and if there are multiple ways, it's also more clear what's going to happen. So if you can interact with touch, then you should also be able to interact with a mouse or a keyboard.
Okay, thank you. And then I think we have time for one last question, and this one is quite dear to me because it's something I've struggled with in the past, and that is, do you have any advice on how companies can keep the doors open, as it were, so that employees feel safe when they are requesting accommodations to needs, making suggestions, etc.? Martine, maybe you can start us off with this one.
Having an accessibility statement, or even whether it's for your application or just as a company, having it part of your mission statement, or it's part of showing that it's a core part of what the company cares about, I think goes a very long way. And I mean, I would think of that just the same way as any human resource problem, right? There's whatever avenues you have in place for somebody being able to mention harassment or something like that, or to, you know, accessibility, I would say, falls in the same boat. Not being able to have the correct accessibility to do your job is highly problematic, right? So from an exterior standpoint, making sure you have accessibility statements and some kind of channel to be able to receive the feedback of whatever the accessibility is, and same internally, really making sure you're making it clear and having that channel to be able to read a safe and possibly anonymous channel for that feedback.
I really like that one. That's really important. Yeah. Hida, do you have anything that you can add to here?
Yeah, I'd love to just plus one Martin's point here. I was going to say the same. Like, accessibility statements are a great way for that, both like internally and externally.
Okay, and Killian?
I have nothing to add to that. Great answers.
Okay, awesome. I think we're coming up on time. We have to. Do we have any more questions in the chat? I'm looking at the people that are passing things across. In which case, I would like to give you three the chance to maybe give a closing thing on something that you think is really important about accessibility. Killian, could you maybe give us your closing? This is really important. Don't forget this.
Yeah, so Hidde mentioned in his talk a community group called A11y, where the idea is that we're mapping out all the things browsers and other tools do to make accessibility easier for end users. And while we're not super active there yet, we do welcome any and all input. I think there's definitely a very large area where browsers and extensions can do much better and much more. And even though like all the developers should make perfect websites, the nature of things is that that's just not going to happen. So for a user, that also shouldn't really matter. If a browser can fix things for them and they can use the website, that's just as good. So yeah, it would be great to get that going more. So please check that out. If you go to, I think it's alifeed.com, but Hidde can back me up on that. Or just Google for the A11y community working group.
Okay, thank you. In which case, I think that is an awesome segue to say, Hidde, maybe you can give us your closing. Don't forget this and confirm that URL for us.
So that URL was correct. It is alifeed.com. Yeah, do feel free to join us there. Yeah, one thing I could add maybe is don't try to measure how many people need accessibility support. That's a common pitfall that I forgot to mention earlier, because if you are trying to figure out how many of your users have disabilities, you're not measuring the users that are shopping with your competitor, because they might not be on your website just because it isn't accessible. So that's, I think, a great thing to either take into account for your own website, or if you work with clients, tell them about this. Because, you know, we've got to get some like competition going between websites who can be the most accessible and who can serve the most people.
Okay, thank you. And then Martin, as our last panelist for today, excuse me, maybe you could give us your closing words and what you think is really important for somebody to, if they want to get started.
I think you mentioned a great point with the people, and I think we forget, we get into our developer mode with, I have all of my tests I need to pass, and I need to make sure this happens, and we think of it very programmatically, forgetting the people aspect behind it. And so don't forget that you're doing this for your users, you're doing this for a person. Yes, there's robots in the middle to help us get, you know, from point A to point B, but the end user is still a person. And so that feedback from your users is incredibly important, incredibly valuable, and especially if you're starting on an accessibility journey, it might really tell you what are the areas that maybe to focus on first that is going to help your users the most.
Awesome. I think that's one that we should definitely keep in mind a lot more when we're making code. Well, I see that we're out of time. I think that was a perfect way to end it, and I would really like to thank all three of you for spending this half an hour to go through some questions and help people when they're getting started. Thank you. And have a good evening, of course, or morning.
It doesn't have our voices, I think.
Hello, and welcome back after that quick break. Now, next up, we have Anna Karina. I'm going to try and get this right. Nemeth Sorbo. I hope that I didn't butcher that too much in my English. Anna is the one who docs, and seriously, I adore that as a description, the one who docs. Technical writer advisor at Quest Software, One Identity, and their pronouns are they, them, and their. Anna is in her 30s, has an intensive gaze, a colourful hairdo, and today is wearing a blue, it's not a blue top at all, that's me getting that completely wrong. It is a red top, a kind of burgundy top. It's, maybe I need to get new glasses. Anna, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you, Tracy, for the introduction. I hope you can hear me all right. Just give me a thumbs up if you can.
Yep, I can hear you well. And you're going to talk to us today about making products, or how we can stop making products less than inclusive for neurodiverse users, how we can make them better, best practices, and help the neurodiverse audience too.
Yeah, and actually a lot has been said before, so I might not be saying anything really new here, but I'll try my best. So,
it's still important to say again.
Yeah,
and
right.
In which case, I will give the floor to you. Take it away.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. And there you are. Hey, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining my session. So, I'm a technical writer with a passion for making life simpler and easier for users. But more importantly, I am neurodiverse myself. I live in a world that is clearly not optimized for people who think different. So I can give really authentic insights about some of the challenges that we face on a daily basis. Before I begin, though, a fair warning, heads up. I am neurodiverse, so bear with my funny facial expressions, and I will often, lack eye contact with the camera. I'll do my best, but And also, I'm not an expert in this topic. And while I work with developers, I'm not a developer myself, so my insights are limited here as well. I will be focusing less on theory and more on giving hands-on experience and advice, especially because I only have like 20-25 minutes, which is way too short, actually. But I will link more resources, obviously. Important, when I say backend, just to clarify, I will mean the infrastructure, so code framework, basically. And when I say front end, that will mean the user visible elements. Since I have limited time, I will often abbreviate ND for neurodiverse, neurodivergent, and neurodiversity, and NT for more neurotypical. About this presentation and the slides, I did my very best, but I'm fairly certain it's not perfectly inclusive and accessible. I apologize. Now let's see what I hope to cover. First, some intro to neurodiversity and how society perceives it. Then diving deeper into the spectrum of neurodiversity and whether it is always a disadvantage or a disorder. Next, we'll see how most ND users differ from more NT users and about the issues that we ND users struggle with as a result. After that, tips and tricks to improve your products, and hopefully we will still have time left for Q&A. So let's go. Now, without diving too deep into the scientific and theoretical aspects of neurodiversity, a very short intro. Actually, I found a very awesome video on YouTube, and I will be reflecting on thoughts by counseling psychologist and psychotherapist Stephen Munt. Due to the shortage of time, I only summarized some of the most important things he shared, the very essence. So I recommend that you watch the whole video that I linked on the next slide. And first of all, for ND people, fitting in is hard work and an immense mental load. The world is definitely not optimized for people like us, so some of the struggles are daily. But we are the minority, so to speak, so we are expected to conform and adapt. To understand how that feels, consider the lockdowns and self-isolation due to the pandemic. A lot of people suddenly had to adapt to fundamentally different work methods, work-life balance, and behavior patterns than before. And the majority of them found it very hard, honestly. Very soon they kept saying, I want things back to normalcy. So imagine doing that every single day. And imagine that fitting in means the opposite of what you consider normalcy. And I'm not exaggerating. As I will tell you more about how we neurodiverse people function in a different way, you will understand why this is true for some of us. And yes, I say some of us because some handle these challenges a little better, but others get exhausted on a daily basis. But there is one thing in common with most neurodiverse people. It's that we usually have to go against our grain at least a little bit to conform and fit in. And that's a lot of hard work every day and in everyday situations, mind you. We literally struggle and we may even experience physical pain occasionally. So the important question here is, what can we do to at least try to make this world more inclusive for everyone, including neurodiverse people? So by sharing some challenges that we users, neurodiverse users face, and with the tips and tricks, I hope I can do something about this at least. So with that in mind, let's see some of the ways that ND users can be different from neurotypical users. I could say that our brains are wired in a different way. So the way that we receive and process information is different. And that's no small thing, mind you, because it affects literally everything. The way that we perceive and interpret the world around us, and how we can, in turn, communicate with others. And also, there is no one-size-fits-all way to how neurodivergent a person is, or to what extent. This is unique for everyone. It only makes sense to think about neurodiversity as a wide spectrum. And in some cases, you can hardly tell a person is neurodiverse. Apparently, my neurodiversity is not always obvious for everyone. So then how can you tell someone is neurodiverse? Can you give me a few examples for neurodiverse conditions? Sure, there you are. For example, trauma, epilepsy, ADD, Asperger's syndrome, OCD, chronic fatigue syndrome, dyslexia. These are a few ND conditions, and there's more. Now, you probably notice autism spectrum disorders listed here. Yes, autism spectrum disorders and neurodiversity may have an intersection, but let's make this very clear. They are not the same. This intersection, if it exists at all, it varies from person to person. And also, frankly, I hate the term disorder. I think using the term condition is a lot better, especially since these conditions can be an advantage as well. For example, strategic thinking can prove very useful. Some of us have excellent memory or a very high attention to detail. Most of us are very autonomous workers and creative, out-of-the-box problem solvers. So we should regard these traits as talent, not a disorder. And we are just as vulnerable as we are talented. Say the lack of sleep or caffeine, personal issues, being ill, sad, or irritated, or something going wrong. Now, these are stressors that can fully consume our mental and emotional capacity. I will later provide a link to a brilliant presentation by a fellow neurodiverse person, Ryan McLean, if you're interested in further details about how these work. These factors can also influence how successfully we filter the important information and stimuli, and how effectively we can maintain our focus. And sometimes, even when we are basically okay, filtering can still be very hard. For example, because some of us have brains and sensory organs wired to be receptive to all stimuli. Trust me on this, it's not always fun. Perhaps it's not surprising that some neurodiverse people absolutely hate chaos and turbulence and prefer stability instead. Now, not all of us need it to the same degree, but an organized environment usually helps us function a little better. And this is also true for organized thinking and for clean and linear categories, processes, and workflows. They decrease our mental load a lot. And speaking of mental load, with a very high attention to detail, even minor inconsistencies can draw our attention. And this can be confusing sometimes. As in, is this intentional or is this just a typo? Am I supposed to do anything about it? And we can ruminate over these a lot. And we can also get distracted very easily. I mean, sometimes our attention span is amazingly short. I admit that some days it's a Herculean task for me to stay focused. And then some other days I become quite the opposite, hyper-focused. Actually, many of us alternate between those two extremes. And when we are in hyper-focus mode, we might forget to eat or drink for 5 or 6 hours or more. True story. And especially when we are in this hyper-focused state, the tight deadlines can be a source of eustress. They can make us even more productive, and some of us absolutely excel in these situations. But for some of us, time pressure can be debilitating. And no matter how hard we try, sometimes we get super confused and we have no idea which year this is. You know the proverb, some days I'm brilliant and other days I put my socks in the fridge? That's true. And we are in this state of mind when we're lost. We need guidance, orientation, or even better, very quick help. We just want out of there, believe me. We just don't want more work to do. So what are some product-specific challenges that we face? For example, we can get information and sensory overload very easily. Often our senses are very delicate, so sounds can be too loud, colors can be too bright. For photosensitive neurodiverse people, flashing lights are painfully overwhelming. And sometimes too many people's physical presence at the same time is draining. So personal experience, I can handle maybe 7 or 8 people at the same time, no more than that. And same for Zoom, for example. Speaking of overload, some of us are good at multitasking, but not all of us are. I'm not. Shifting back and forth between multiple tabs, screens, or even devices can be very challenging. And when we can't change the circumstances or UI settings that are uncomfortable for us, it can get very frustrating, and we will probably hate that situation or product. Idioms, proverbs, figures of speech, abbreviations, jargon, and sometimes even humor may be problematic for us, especially if we do not share the same first language. So fun features and design, for example, what the GitKraken client does, those are very sweet, but only if the product is otherwise very intuitive and easy to use. Which brings us to talking about how we can address those issues in our products. First, making our backend more ND-proof. Start with making the code framework robust. Duct tape workarounds in the code will surface sooner or later, and you often have to make up for them on the UI. That will complicate UI designs and strings, UX writing, usability, user assistance, documentation, and even product support. So the better your foundation on the back end, the less you will struggle on the front end. Also, keep in mind that products should facilitate users. If the user only gets different kinds of challenges to deal with, that defeats the purpose. Consider, if your product is supposed to do complex calculations, but it's much easier for the user to do these calculations using pen and paper, you are doing something wrong. So design with your products with this in mind. Now, what about the front end, so the user visible part? First of all, the overall design should be intuitive and imperceptibly facilitating. If it's confusing, that's very counterproductive. Anything that makes you stop and say, huh? That's not good UI. So remember that your product is usually a tool that should make users' work easier. So your product's features and options should be unambiguous, unless you mean to make them puzzles and riddles on purpose for some reason. Use consistency and industry standards, or at least a very intuitive UI elements and terminology. Also, help your users avoid information overload and getting lost. Reduce the amount of information to not too much, but not too little. Highlight the important elements, but not too many of them. If you seem to have several equally important features, definitely reconsider the UI structure. I know it's hard to find the right balance here, but for some of these issues at least, there are available templates and guidelines. I will link some later on. A word about dark mode. I use 3 screens by default. I read and write a lot. I have to scan code, detect pattern inconsistencies, and so on. So the default mode is way too straining for my eyes, and it overstimulates me, especially late in the afternoon. I hate it, honestly. But remember, that's not necessarily true for everyone. So customizable modes are probably the best for your product, but at the very least, offer the dark mode option. And please, please, please don't put videos or sounds on autoplay. Remember, some of us are very sensitive to stimuli. For example, if the screen goes black suddenly, or perhaps there is a video popping up, it can be downright shocking. And a loud video on autoplay, especially when our speakers are on high volume or full volume, it can be painful. Also, if the video is a tutorial and we cannot even pause it or replay it easily, the chances are that we will miss something important. So make this customizable and at least give fair warning before something drastic or important is about to happen on the UI. And speaking of missing something important, I actually strongly advise you actually do this, you try it. Try using the product when you are very tired, sleepy, or preoccupied. Or perhaps have someone interrupt you with a long phone call. Do you perhaps run out of time, lose all the progress you've made so far, or get logged out due to timeout? If the answer is yes, set the default values for timeouts and timers much higher, or at least make them customizable, and support autosave for processes. We often assume that what seems easy or fun for us will be equally easy and fun for everyone else as well. Developers, for example, often underestimate the complexity of a product, but the workflow, the UI, the processes and tasks may be confusing or stressful for users. Which brings us to user assistance. How much does the UI need? And I've had so many battles with developers about this. I mean, yes, there is a limit to spelling everything out, but trust me, when things do go wrong, the user will be stressed. So it's much better to provide more embedded assistance than too little. Good layout and UI strings, logical and straightforward workflow, and meaningful default values help a lot. And in case you worry about being too condescending, there is always progressive disclosure, so the user can decide exactly how much help they want. I have a few more tips and tricks to consider on both ends. For example, try to think ahead, keeping a wide spectrum of user personas and their challenges in mind. Implement your features and UI settings so users can personalize them easily. Also, implement security by design, because just remember, we are human. Try to think ahead about what could go wrong. And if I want to put this very oversimplified, just do not let us mess things up. Take precautions. If a procedure takes long, or if the user has to shift between multiple tabs or screens, warn them in advance. And the same applies for prerequisites for procedures. Alternative options for product-human interaction and two-factor or multi-factor authentication also facilitates ND users. Some of us prefer audio, others like written text, and still others are a lot more visual, so graphics are the best. Let the user customize. For video tutorials, always provide audio as well. For 2FA or MFA, do not only provide visual capture or mobile device option. After all, we may have forgotten to charge our phone. No, not kidding. It can happen. And while you can make the UI very intuitive, you will need some text for error messages, UI elements, tooltips, on-screen help, or alt text, for example. Get technical writers and UX writers to make these meaningful, informative, and user-friendly. They are the communications experts who consider accessibility and inclusivity as well as usability. Never leave them out of the development process. Also, always involve a diverse set of testers, including neurodiverse testers. This will require a different approach, but it's worth the effort because neurodiverse testers out-of-the-box insights and thinking are invaluable. Trust me, if there is a glitch somewhere in your product, a neurodiverse person will probably spot it. True story. And neurodiverse testers can definitely improve your product's overall quality and usability. And before you say, this is just too much work, consider that there are templates, guidelines, and existing product UIs available. I've linked a few of them here, and actually, there is no need to go too far. I am using one of the Microsoft Office accessible presentation templates for these slides right now. So, to summarize all of that, here are the 3 key takeaways. First, good products start with good framework, as in code, framework, and facilitation. Second, always consider and accommodate the diversity of your users with mindfulness, customization, inclusivity, and accessibility. And third, work with neurodiverse users to make your products better for everyone, in fact, not just neurodiverse users. Time for a shout out. I highly recommend that you check out these online presentations at Write the Docs Prague 2021 virtual conference. Kat Stoika-Ostenfeld has invaluable insights about applied linguistics and technical writing, for example. And I already mentioned Ryan McLean's presentation about how our state of mind can influence a lot. Check out these awesome people. I'm sorry, excuse me. So check them out. I also want to thank these wonderful artists for the illustrations I used. They are on unsplash.com and on pixabay.com. And I promise to bring you some more resources. So feel free to read more about neurodiversity, personas, and other topics as well. And my voice is breaking up. So thank you for your attention, and we hopefully have a few minutes for Q&A. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for that. That was awesome. That's, I think there's a lot of insights there into how we can help people. A lot of it, yeah, some of it definitely hit home for me. I wonder if your voice will let you. Hopefully your voice is going to recover a little bit for us. Can you give any examples of very bad product experience, user experience that you've had, without giving names, of course?
Yeah, well, it's quite recent, actually. I'm really mad at my internet service provider at this point, because in theory, you can extend your online contract, online using a website. Except, in reality, it's just confusing. The UI is a disaster. You cannot find what you're looking for. They have no contact email information, only this badly done form that you fill out claiming your issue. And when you do submit that form magically, then you just don't get any confirmation that it's submitted. And, after a while, you just don't get any reply. I mean, it's been for weeks. So it's 0% customer satisfaction, 0% helpfulness, and 100% frustration. So just don't.
Yeah, I can imagine that sends your anxiety through the roof when you're having to deal with that.
Yeah, that, and it's a pandemic situation. I mean, even if I'm not neurodiverse, I just don't want to go there in person to deal with this. And I have a life, I want to do different things. So if you say that I can do this online, let me do this online. So yeah,
absolutely. Totally go with that one. Another question for you. As a neurodiverse person, what is the most severe challenge that you have in today's world?
Actually, it's hard to decide if it's the inefficient communication that I encounter sometimes, or the information and stimuli overload. Actually, they are somehow connected sometimes. I guess if I had to pick, it's just the overload. It's just way too much going on and way too noisy. It's very difficult for me to handle that. So I would say that's it.
Okay. And I think leading on to that one, because that is a very busy and can be a very noisy environment, certainly mine is, unfortunately. But how do you handle office-based work if you did that before the pandemic hit and we all had to go home?
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to work in a primarily office-based environment. Unfortunately, it was an open office. I would have died in there. But no, it was still, when it was busy, I found it very hard to focus and to stay in flow or even get in flow. And as a technical writer, it's very important for us because sometimes we just need that. So I can't even remember at this point how I handled it, but then when the pandemic happened, we shifted to working from home, and actually I find it easier this way. So many people complain, or they want things back to normalcy, like I mentioned, and I understand that. But for me, this works a lot better. At this point, actually, the biggest issue I have is my living environment, because some of my neighbors are obnoxiously loud and inconsiderate. But apart from that, I have zero problem with working from home. I just get more productive. I can do work-life balance a little more. So yeah, it works a lot better for me.
I completely agree with you for all of that. It's for my anxiety, working from home is just it's just subdued so much compared to actually having to be in the office and deal with people and trains and passengers and everything else.
Yeah, right. I mean, the commute itself, it can be draining. I mean, yeah, I get it. I can relate.
Yeah, the only thing I miss is podcast time, to be honest. That's completely gone out of my life. Okay, well, I think that we're about out of time. I want to thank you for that great talk and for the awesome Q&A session at the end. It's been fantastic. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you for having me, and have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And then, Rita, we have somebody else coming up.
Yes, actually, it's the last talk of the day before we end our conference with the keynote. And for our last talk, we actually have a dual presentation, so we don't have one but two speakers. We have Jacqueline and we have John. And Jacqueline is a digital equity advocate and software engineer, building change from the code up. Within a year, she traveled, I think, like at both Jacqueline and John are globetrotters. They have seen a lot of the world. But John is a privacy and accessibility advocate and program manager, influencing change through action. And also seen a lot of the world already. Jacqueline's pronouns are she, her. John's pronouns are he, him. And today they'll talk about accessibility insights. Catch accessibility bugs early and often. Jacqueline and John, whenever you're ready, take it away.
I think you're on mute, John.
We can't hear you, John.
Thank you, and my apologies.
So hey, we can hear you. Awesome.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Wade, and I'm a program manager. My pronouns, as was mentioned, is he, him. I am a white male in my mid-30s with shortest parted brown hair. I'm wearing a black cotton shirt with a gray knitted cardigan.
And my name is Jacqueline Gibson. I'm a software engineer. My pronouns are she, her. I am a Black woman in my early 20s with short black locks that are currently pulled back off my face. A couple are kind of sliding under my gray headphones, but it is what it is. And right now I am wearing a purple hoodie. So John and I are part of the Accessibility and Web Insights team at Microsoft. Our team builds free and open source tools to empower other teams to find and fix accessibility issues in their web, Windows, and Android applications. We're both really happy to be here today to talk more about accessibility. So one of the things our team continues to evangelize is the importance of shifting left and including accessibility early in the design process. And so I'm sure all of you who are attending today have received this message from the presenters before us, but we'd be remiss not to emphasize this. Catching accessibility issues early and often through testing is the best way to ensure that your products are inclusively and accessibly developed.
That said, we know getting folks on your team excited about accessibility can sometimes be challenging. We have found the same approach doesn't work for everyone, and it's often not enough to tell others it's simply the right thing to do. A lot of teams are encouraged to fix accessibility issues for compliance and legal reasons, but many developers have shared with us they don't know where to start.
And it can be even more stressful if the first time you're considering accessibility is at the end of product development. Trying to fix bugs and ship on time, it just doesn't create a great environment for learning, and especially for retaining accessibility information. And it often results in quote unquote fixes that are barely usable and don't create equitable experiences for users of all abilities. We also hear from teams that they're worried about accessibility work adding more time to their development process. They genuinely don't know how and when to prioritize accessibility. And so something that we share with them is that it's better to build accessibility into your development process and check consistently rather than wait to the end and address it.
One of the strategies we have found helpful on our team is building accessibility passes into all pull requests and product releases. While it initially seems like it would take more time to add these steps up front, we found that it improves our validation process. We catch most accessibility issues before they're merged into the main code base, and others are caught and addressed before we release to the public. The benefits of doing it right the first time are worth any of the concerns about additional testing time. You may be able to recruit other accessibility advocates throughout the company just because it is the right thing to do. The more people you have thinking about accessibility, the more likely issues will be caught before they are problems.
Exactly. So, John, I think we've talked a little bit about why teams should shift left and consider accessibility early and often, but how about we switch gears and jump into a demo and show some examples of how accessibility insights can help?
I love examples. I think our web extension is a great starting point. Would you mind screen sharing, Jacqueline?
I totally don't mind. Let me do that.
Perfect. When Jacqueline's screen does share, perfect. We are showing a website of a fake university called Accessible University. It has a carousel with images, some submenus, a form to apply, and some text at the bottom.
So, John, if you were interacting with the site for the first time, do you think you could comfortably say it's accessible?
At first glance, it's hard to say. For software to be accessible, it needs to be usable for people of all backgrounds and abilities. And it's our job as development teams to verify this is true through accessibility testing. Developing for all users is where it gets tricky for a lot of developers because unfortunately, some teams don't give accessibility the priority it deserves.
That's true. A lot of times people might think of accessibility as something that's not important because it, quote, only inconveniences some people. But this is a horrible way to approach design because it's never okay to exclude a portion of our users, however small you think that portion might be. So in reality, the portion of users who benefit from accessible designs, it's not small. It's actually 100%. Every single one of us will need accommodations or accessible features at one point in our lives. So be it for a permanent, temporary, or situational change in ability. So a great example of this spectrum and ability is to consider the following set of scenarios. So there are users who have one arm, so that would be a permanent change in ability. There are users who have their arm in a sling, perhaps they've broken or sprained their wrist, so a temporary change in ability. And there are users who happen to be working from home and trying to parent, so they might be having a small child in one of their arms, and they can only use the other one. So that's a situational change in ability. And every single one of the users that I just mentioned can benefit from being able to navigate a website only with the keyboard. So, as you can understand, everyone benefits when we put accessibility first and when we design it inclusively.
That's right, Jacqueline. The first thing we need to remember is that accessibility needs to be considered in every step of the process. Just like you cannot add sugar to a cake after you've baked it, you cannot just sprinkle accessibility into a product after it's been built. Unfortunately, in this case, the site has already been built, so we're already at a disadvantage. Let's pretend we're the development team for this site, and we want to know if we need to make any accessibility changes. What's our first move?
Okay, so if I were a developer for this site, I would use Accessibility Insights for Web to test its accessibility. So if the name didn't give it away, Accessibility Insights for Web is our team's browser extension, and it has two main workflows. So I'm going to open the first main workflow, which is FastPass. And so that identifies common accessibility issues in less than 5 minutes. We also have the assessments view, which offers a detailed analysis of a site's accessibility. And we are assessing that based on the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, also known as WCAG. Both of these workflows are powered by Axe-Core. So just for fun, let's take a couple minutes. Let's run FastPass on this page. All right, it's running. I'm going to push this down a little bit so people can see the errors on the screen. And so the first thing that happens is that Automated Checks has found several issues with our Accessible University page. And so I don't need to be overwhelmed. There are a lot of boxes drawn around these errors. They are red with a white exclamation point showing us that, hey, this is something that needs our attention. But when I expand any of the failures, I can see exactly what the issue is, where it's located, and it tells me how to fix it.
That's pretty cool, Jacqueline. One thing I've learned working in web accessibility is the importance of color choices, especially for those with different vision needs. Can Accessibility Insights help developers with this?
It sure can, John. In fact, ironically, the first issue that's on here is a color contrast issue. So when I expand this, not only does it edit the visualizations on the target page and only highlight those 4 failures, but when I go back to the extension, it shows a little bit more information and it tells me there's no sufficient contrast for these items. And oh, great, it's even offering me a color choice with higher contrast to make it easier for me to update the color when I go back to the code. And so if I want to learn more about this rule, I can go to the resources for this rule section, and it'll have additional content with examples that explain to me why color contrast matters and how to fix it.
Trying to remember all the guidelines and requirements can be a bit overwhelming, especially when you're new to the accessibility space. But one of the things our team has prioritized in our tool is making the information easily digestible so any user can learn about accessibility. You don't need to be an expert to test your site's accessibility and fix common accessibility issues. Earlier in the presentation, we talked about users who navigate by keyboard. Is there anything we can do to check if our sites are accessible for them?
Yes. So the next step in FastPass is called Tab Stops and has a visualization that shows me how a user using keyboard only, so not using a mouse at all, will navigate my page. So just like in automated checks, I have all of this awesome documentation when I open this part of the assessment, and it gives me information about why this is important and useful. So I'm going to turn on the TabStats visualization now, and it's redirecting me back to the testing page, which is Accessible University's landing page. And so I'm going to start hitting the tab button. Okay, so every time that I hit the tab button, a small circle with a number inside of it appears with arrows connecting it to the circle before it. And so this helps me as a tester understand the order that the keyboard user will encounter elements on the page. And it also shows the overall flow of the website for those who are navigating via tab key. So for the sake of our site, I'm going to stop tabbing now. I now notice that there are more accessibility issues than I originally thought. So for example, some of these menu items didn't receive focus, and the carousel and the landing page in the center where there are images, if I was a keyboard user, I couldn't use the left or right arrows there and switch the image. That's a problem.
The FastPass experience is speedy and helpful, but what can developers use if they want to dive in deeper and solve even more accessibility issues?
So that's where our assessments come into play. So I'm going to expand our extension here in the window. I'm going to switch views into the assessment flow. And so assessments, we have over 20 different assessments, and it's a guided process that lets you leverage both automated testing, so similar to what you saw in automated checks, and manual testing. And this way you can check against even more accessibility standards. And so each flow in this assessments view provides even more information than is available in like that first FastPass experience. But it's really great because there's rich information about why it matters, how to fix the related issues. There's examples and links to detailed documentation, and sometimes we'll even include snippets from a user perspective or additional videos on how this requirement affects users interacting with the site. So lots of ways to learn more and improve the accessibility of your site. A little bit more than we have time for today, though.
Thanks for the quick and informative demo, Jacqueline. I'm going to share my screen right now. This is another option that enables teams to run automated accessibility tests, but inside an Azure pipeline. The tests use Axe Core, which is the same scanning engine we use for accessibility insights for web, the extension Jacqueline just demoed, and Axe Windows, the scanning engine we use for AI, the scanning engine we use for AI Windows. The repo, which we'll post a link to, has some projects for the web projects and resources for those building Windows applications. Let me pop this URL into the chat right now. The biggest takeaway for you is that you don't need to be an expert to start considering accessibility when developing software and learning more about accessibility.
Exactly. And that's the main reason that we're here today. Because all of the information and requirements that go into accessibility testing, quite frankly, can just be overwhelming. But that's where our tools come in. We work hard to present the information in a way that's easy to follow and clearly outlines the steps you need to take to ensure that your products are more accessible. Our team's goal is to meet you wherever you are in your accessibility learning journey and empowering you to make more accessible products for all of your users. So thank you everyone for following along. We hope that this has been a helpful intro to our web tools and that the talking points that we shared with you will help you in encouraging not only your team, but other teams to shift left and consider accessibility early in the development process. But before we finish, we just wanted to emphasize that Accessibility Insights is completely open source and free, and we have a few other tools. So in addition to what we've shown you today, we also offer accessibility testing tools for teams building Windows and Android applications. And so if you're interested in connecting with our team or even making contributions to any of our products, you can find us on GitHub, on our documentation site, which is accessibilityinsights.io, or on Twitter, where we are at A11y Insights. So we'll hopefully be able to drop some links to these in the chat, or we can send them out to people who've attended this talk so that you can connect with us. We're always happy to chat and work together on making this world a more accessible place. So now we're happy to take some questions from the audience. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you so much both. And yes, we do have a couple of questions for you. So where can we learn more about using the tools? Oh, hello. Is this thing on?
It's on now.
Yes, hello, sorry, we're doing this live. So thank you so much for your talks. Yes, we do have a couple of questions for you. Do you know where we can learn more about using the tools?
Yeah, so you can check out our YouTube channel. We are Accessibility Insights there, and we offer videos on how to use our tools, different tips and tricks there. You can also go to our documentation site, which is accessibilityinsights.io, and we share information on onboarding to the tools, frequently asked questions, lots of things to help people if they get stuck onboarding, for sure.
Thank you. And John, where can I get updates about future products?
It's a very similar source, actually. We keep our YouTube channel updated with all of our new our future product updates, as well as our Twitter account. So just to plug that Twitter account one more time, it's at A11y Insights, and that is where you can see all of our new and upcoming product releases.
All right, thank you. And let's check the chat. So if I run AI web on my site and I pass all the assessments, is there anything else I need to do?
Yes. So we've mentioned that we are checking and assessing against the WCAG guidelines. And so we do help you assess your site for at least WCAG 2.1 AA coverage, but we recommend that you still check in with your company's legal contact just to make sure to see if there's any additional accessibility considerations you'll need to consider for your site to be fully compliant.
And if I'm building an accessibility tool, where can I list it or get considered to be included in Accessibility Insight? John.
I'm sorry, what was the question one more time?
Sorry. If I'm building an accessibility tool, where can I list it or where can I get it considered to be included in Accessibility Insights?
Oh, interesting. I'm going to have to defer to Jacqueline, or I may have to get back to you on that. I don't have an answer for that. Do you?
Yeah, so if you're building an accessibility tool, kudos to you. I don't think that you could probably list your tool as part of the Accessibility Insights suite, since that's something that our team builds. But if you're looking to build potentially like a feature or make a contribution to our tools, you can definitely reach out to us. We'll talk to you via GitHub and see what we need to do to get that approved and reviewed for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome. And another question that just came in. How do you see the intersection or the difference between the WA-WCAG guidelines and Microsoft Inclusive Design?
So I would consider them as two players on the same team. So our inclusive design is about, quite frankly, closing the digital divide and ensuring that anyone, regardless of ability and background, can benefit from Microsoft tools. And you can't build inclusive web technology without, of course, abiding with WCAG guidelines. And so that's what I would describe the intersection as, working together to achieve the same goal, which is creating equitable and inclusive technology.
John, you
hope that answers the question.
Yeah.
No, that's well said. I don't think I have anything to add to that.
All right. I think we have 2 more questions. I think we have time for that. So do you have any suggestions on how to crawl and scan an entire website for accessibility issues versus just running the scan on your homepage?
Yeah, so we've actually built an internal tool for that just runs the extension across every site, and we're looking to see how we can maybe bring that to a broader audience. So that's something that we are investigating right now. In the meantime, taking that same approach internally for a tool yourself would be a great way to look at it. Or if there's an open source crawler that somebody wants to take some time and see if we can integrate with the GitHub repo that we have currently, it would be an interesting project to propose. Maybe I'm speaking too much for the engineers, but yeah, that would be something interesting that could be brought to the GitHub repo.
And I think we have one final question. Is there an accessibility insights in the works for Mac desktop?
That I can't speak to. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yeah, I was going to say, currently I cannot say that we're working on one, but if you think that that's something that we should look into, please reach out to our team, because we built the tools But we also like to get input from the community about what they need for advanced accessibility testing. So if there's interest in that, please definitely reach out to us so we can have a further conversation about what that could potentially look like.
Yeah, exactly. Just to echo exactly what Jacqueline said, we keep an eye on the GitHub repo for what people are asking for. So that is the place.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, both you, Jacqueline and John. I think we're so far out of questions. And we're going to go for a quick break before we go to the keynote of Donna. So thank you both again, and hopefully see you at a real-life conference.
We hope so. Take care, and thank you for the time.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
And welcome back, everybody, for the closing keynote from Donna Sakar, Chief Creative Officer by Prima Donna Studios, a truly inclusive fashion line, keynote speaker, published author, and CTO of Microsoft Accessibility. And I just want to say, if I remember the tweets and things correctly that I've seen, the dresses from Prima Donna all have pockets, which, as somebody who adores dresses, is super important because there's nothing like having nowhere to put your phone or anything else that you need to carry. Donna, welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. This is such a cool event. I had to take a pause in watching to go and take a splash into the ocean, which you'll see here behind me. That's why my hair is still wet. So I wanted to share with you an interesting journey I've been on. I'm going to sit down here in a second. So I stopped moving. Now it's all shadowy and weird, but okay, there you go. I want to share with you an interesting journey I've been on for the last 6-7 months. I took over as the Director of Technology for Accessibility at Microsoft in June. And only once I started in this role did I realize how important accessibility is for technology all up. Whether you're a developer, an IT pro, a consumer of technology, a gamer, accessibility is one of those things that we definitely don't talk about enough, and we should talk about more. And I'm going to just share one set of slides here. And I would like to walk you through some of the things I've learned that have been honestly just like truly, truly eye-opening. So let me know if you can see that. I'm just trying to move this here. Can you see a set of slides that say the word?
We can see a set of slides.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So like I was saying before, 6 months ago, I realized that I'm working on a concept, right? A concept, a theory, a practice that will help people make lots of money, make a huge impact, and help lots and lots and lots of people. And people are like, oh, that sounds amazing. How do you do that? And the answer is we design for disability. And when we say design for disability, people don't quite know what that means. They're like, what does that mean? So you design for people who use a screen reader? Like, well, it totally depends on what you're designing for, right? First of all, when you think about disability, we shouldn't think about it as a permanent all the time case. Every one of us has either a disability or a situational limitation at some point or another. So let's talk about hearing, right? If you have a permanent disability, you might be born deaf. Sometimes you have a temporary disability, like you might have an ear infection. And then sometimes there's a situational limitation, like you're in a loud bar with your mates and trying to have a conversation, or you're wearing noise canceling headphones and someone is trying to talk to you about something. Every single one of us has been in a situation where we have had one of these limitations. So if you design for somebody who has a permanent disability, it will also work for someone who has a situational limitation. The reverse is not true. So let's talk about that a little bit more. First, let's get over this concept that the word disability is a bad word. It is not a bad word. All of these images you're seeing on the left side of Naomi Osaka, Elon Musk, Michael Phelps, Richard Branson, Britney Spears, and Simone B., all of them have come out and said, I have a disability. I have a mental health concern. I have dyslexia. I have bipolar. It is not a bad word. It's just a fact. It's like saying, I am a brunette or you have brown skin. It is just a fact and a part of being human. So I'd love for us to just go through some examples. And these examples are all from my own team. This is Ann Taylor, who is my colleague. She is blind. She has a disability. Here in this image, you're seeing her showcase to Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO, how to use Seeing AI to see the world around her. Next, this is Jessica Rafuse. She uses a wheelchair. She's a disability. She heads up policy for accessibility here at Microsoft. This is Jenny LeFleury. I call her J Fluff. No one else calls her that. She is deaf. She has a disability. She's also our Chief Accessibility Officer. And this is me. I have dyslexia. I have a disability. Hearing me say this over and over, hopefully has gotten across the point that it is absolutely okay to call someone with a disability someone with a disability. What we don't want to do is come up with weird words, okay? This was a real tweet that I saw a few weeks ago that says, oh, I found a new, we don't say the word disability or disabled term, passengers with functional diversity. I think I've seen it all. So don't do that. Don't call it differently abled. Don't call it functional diversity. Don't call it, you know, all these other weird shenanigans terms. Just say the word disability. And the reason we do that is because it's not the 1800s. People with disabilities are everywhere. If you wear a heavy pair of glasses, like with a strong prescription, guess what? You have low vision. That's why you have glasses. If you wear hearing aids, guess what? If you have carpal tunnel and need to wear a wrist brace thingy, guess what? You have a disability. It's okay. So what is disability anyway? I've said this word now 30 times. Disability, according to the World Health Organization, is a mismatch between someone's abilities and the way an environment is set up. It's not some sort of a personal physical limitation. It is a human-made problem, okay? So wheelchairs do not make the building inaccessible, the stairs do. I found that to be a very profound statement when this image on the left was happening. I was at a fashion show for Prima Donna Studios a few months ago, 3 months ago. And before me, there was a fashion company called White House Black Market. And they were showing their spring collection, I think this was. And they had, you know, very big diversity of models, which was really cool. And one of their models is in a wheelchair. She uses a wheelchair. And one of the things they'd done was they built the the runway to be wide enough where this model can spin her wheelchair around and to showcase what she's wearing. Now, the hotel where this was taking place did not have a ramp to get the wheelchair up onto the runway. So what made the situation unequal? It was the lack of ramp. It's not the person in the wheelchair that makes the situation unequal. It's the lack of the accommodation. So again, human-made design problem, not anything wrong, quote, with the person. So there are over 1 billion people in the world with disabilities, and I actually think it's more than that. There's, of course, everything that you think of when you think disability or accessibility. There are people who are colorblind, which if there's any dudes watching, 1 in 12 men are colorblind. You may not even know you're colorblind. Many people find out like late in life. People who are low vision, so they may use like magnifier, like have a very strong prescription on their glasses, and then people who are blind. Hearing, so people who are deaf, but also people who are hard of hearing, people who are losing their hearing in one ear or the other. I've been meeting a lot of hard of hearing people lately. So they wear hearing aids, or they have those trendy new AirPod looking hearing aid things. There's a bunch of startups now catering toward buying like over-the-counter hearing aids that you can just order, like glasses from Warby Parker type thing. I'm going to skip cognitive for now and go on to speech. Speech are people who may not speak at all. They speak using technology, or it might be someone who has a speech impediment. So speech impediment meaning what we call a stutter. The president of the United States, Joe Biden, has a stutter. He's very open about it and talks a lot about how he's worked to overcome his fear of public speaking. Then there's mobility. So this is something like you may use a wheelchair because you have cerebral palsy, you may have had a spinal injury, or you have arthritis like me in my knees. So I have to hang on to rails when I climb up and down stairs. The two areas I'd like to really focus on are cognitive and neural. So cognitive is what we call neurodiversity. Cognitive and neural are interesting because they're invisible disabilities, right? We don't see them. When we look at a person, we can't quite tell. A lot of people in tech actually fall into cognitive disability, and often they don't even know it. This is people who may have ADHD, people who may have autism, or people who have dyslexia. For example, I didn't know about dyslexia until I was 32 years old. And so many people who are in my age group are not realizing that they have a cognitive disability unless they have kids. So many times people's kids get diagnosed and the neurologist will often say, hey, this stuff is highly inherited. It tends to inherit from parent to child. So let's bring your parent in and see if you've inherited from one of them. And lo and behold, many of my colleagues turn out to have ADHD, dyslexia, autism, because they find out in their kids' diagnosis. The other one is neural, which are mental health. This affects a lot of people, just in the world, in the tech industry also. People who have depression, whether it's seasonal or permanent, people who maybe have bipolar 1, bipolar 2, people who may have anxiety, generalized anxiety, situational anxiety, nighttime anxiety, social anxiety. These are all things. Agoraphobia, of course, PTSD and OCD. These are all neural disabilities or mental health concerns. So when you look at the range and you think about yourself and whether there's someone in your life or you who may have one of these things, you'll realize that 1 in 2 people are impacted by disability, neurodiversity, or mental health, because you or someone you love are definitely part of, the crew of people who have a disability of some sort. So once you realize like, oh, actually the addressable market of accessibility is humongous, then this problem starts to become very, very real and much more important in technology. So I'd like to share my dyslexia situation. Here on the screen, you're seeing a picture of me looking at a bunch of words. And the bunch of words says, my world looks like this. But the top line is how actually my world looks when I look at words on a slide. You'll notice that as I go through the slide deck, I'm describing what you're seeing. This is for people who may have low vision, may be blind, may not be looking at the screen, may just be listening while they're doing other stuff. I don't put a lot of words on slides. And the reason is because I cannot read them. So I have to know what the slides say. And that's why I have a lot of images more than words. My friend and colleague, Dave Dame, who is the director of hardware at for Surface, he says it best. He says, we're all going to be disabled someday. Just some of us beat you to it. And I thought that was a really cool quote because there are over $1 trillion of economic power in the hands of people with disabilities. When you look at the sheer number of people who either have a disability or support someone who does, that makes sense actually. And we are a very brand loyal, technical, and connected community. Like if I like a product for dyslexia, I will tell everybody I know. I'm like, go try this reader thing, go try this font, go try this, this hack. Go do it because it really works. And all of my dyslexic friends will go and try it. Here in this image to the left, you're seeing a screenshot of my colleague, Kelly Ford and I. He is blind, he uses a screen reader, and he has built a Power App, like a Microsoft low-code Power App, using a screen reader. And he's walking me through how we built the app and what the app does. He really loves this product. He thinks it's very cool. So he's gone and done a demo for our Microsoft Ignite conference, which is our big IT Pro conference, on how anyone can build a Power App using a screen reader. So companies, businesses who focus on people with disabilities actually do incredibly well. This is not some like waste of money activity. You'll see that in this chart on the right, companies that invest in accessibility, I'm going to move this big pink mouse out of the way. Companies that invest in accessibility have higher net income, that's nearly double. Their employee retention is nearly 90%, and they have like 80+% more profit. I didn't actually believe this until I started doing some research. When Microsoft came out with the adaptive controller, which is the controller that is much simpler to hold and use and has programmable inputs, we got a ton of really, really good press. The adaptive kit reminds us why we're in technology. It makes adaptive controller gives people with disabilities a chance to, play games that they'd missed out on in the past. And the Surface Adaptive Kit recently as well, which is the set of stickers that people can put on their Surface devices to open them easier, find keys easier. When all this media came out, the sales of our bigger products like Azure, they go up because people just like doing business with a company that focuses on inclusivity. It's just a human thing. And that's why I really like Xbox's motto, which is when everybody plays, we all win. I think it's one of the most powerful mottos out there of any product. And I am not a gamer. Okay? I've never played anything, I don't think, except Oregon Trail once. But it is such a powerful message of when you are inclusive by design, it actually benefits everybody. So it's not just Microsoft, of course. Lots of companies are focusing on inclusivity. You'll see Apple Watch over here on the left. Tom Warren says, love seeing tech companies focus on accessibility. This is why I got into technology in the first place. This was for the Apple Watch gestures, where you can gesture like this or like this to like navigate your watch. I don't know how to do this because I don't actually have an Apple Watch, but I've seen people do it. And then Aaron Huggins over here is saying, this is a good example of accessibility being good for everyone. Like, I don't have accessibility needs, but this is a feature that I would use. And this history of building for people with disabilities that benefits everyone actually goes back quite a long ways. The first audiobooks were invented for blind Americans in 1930s. And now it's a better experience for everyone. Just this morning, I was listening to Gary Vaynerchuk's new audiobook while I was at the gym called 12 and a half. And I was thinking, like, what a cool technology. It lets me like consume books. I love consuming books, but reading is very hard. But I'm able to do that while, getting on a treadmill. So lots of other examples. Typewriters were invented by, the first typewriter is invented by Pellegrino Turri. He is a guy in Italy who was having an affair with a countess. And the countess used to write him beautiful love letters. And she started to go blind. And Pellegrino's like, no, I really like these love letters. So he invents her a typewriter where she can just press the keys to get the letters. And that's how typewriters were invented. Second one, SMS, now, actively what we know as text messaging, were invented by Matti Makkonen and his two sons to communicate between them because they were all deaf. That is how this father and sons communicated. The third one, of course, the internet. Vint Cerf was a researcher for IBM Labs in the 70s. He is hard of hearing. He was hard of hearing. He is still hard of hearing. He invented the internet protocol so he could share his research with his colleagues. All of his other colleagues used to pick up the phone and call each other, but because he couldn't do that, he invented the internet protocol. They were all designed either with or by people with disabilities, but now we can't live without them. So keep in mind that whatever you build or whatever you make, or whether it's a product, a service, an offering, your customers have very different lived experiences than you do. Whether it is a person with disability or a person from another side of the world, a different age group, different gender, whatever, they have different lived experiences. I found this out across all my industries, both at Microsoft and running Prima Donna Studios, my fashion line. Do not ever create for your customers. Instead, you should co-create with them, okay? Because they understand their requirements much better than you do. So how do we do that? I've co-created now across 4 industries, and I'm going to share with you my own personal technique for doing this. So I'll talk a little bit about my fashion line. For Microsoft, we kind of co-create the way you think, where we bring in users to a usability lab, we observe them trying to solve a problem, and then we collect requirements, and then we create tech solutions. So kind of like standard tech usability study stuff, we've just made it standard for every product. For my fashion line, Prima Donna Studios, I decided to do something similar, where I launched the company in 2019, my business partners and I. And from the beginning, we wanted to be a very different kind of fashion company. We now have thousands of powerful tech and business people as our customers. And our entire model is based on creating things for customers that they want. Like, what is missing in your life? Dresses and pockets, for example. Put pockets and dresses, for example. Put pockets and dresses. Things that you can wear on stage that look great in a keynote, but also translate very well to, going out to happy hour brunch with your friends. So in co-creating with customers, and I spend more time talking to customers than I do anything else, we've been able to satisfy these thousands of customers across 13 countries, which has been very cool. So a few customers heard that I do these custom pieces, right? So I'll hear about their use case, like I am going to this thing, or I'm starting a new job, or I want some pieces that are like this. I had a customer who has autism reach out to me. He says, Donna, most fabrics are they're very annoying for my skin. Because I'm autistic, I'm highly sensitive, especially in my upper arms. Is there any way you can build something for me that won't trigger my skin? And I said, yes, I would love to do that. So I worked with her actually to find this silk fabric here. It's like an incredibly light fabric. It does not scratch even a little bit. It does not irritate, even after many, many washes in any weather condition. And she liked this fabric so much that I said, why don't we just offer that to everybody? Because who wants itchy fabric? So of course I made something for myself in the same fabric, and I'm like, oh, this is really nice. Right now I'm working with another customer. She has a leg amputation. She's lost one of her legs. So she's like, I would love to find a pair of pants that I can wear. What do you think we can do something? I'm like, absolutely. So we're making a one-legged pair of pants for her. So lots of fashion lines exist, lots and lots of them in the world. Probably 1 million, maybe 10 million fashion lines. But we strive to be the most inclusive fashion line in the world. And when people ask us, why are you doing that? I say, why would we not do that? The question is, why is everyone else not doing it? So as I work at Microsoft and as I run my fashion line, there are 5 questions that I ask myself daily when I go about my business. 1, what am I building and who am I building it with, right? And the key here is to bring people in at the design phase. On the right here is a picture of a woman who has one hand opening a Surface laptop. You'll see that she's got the Surface Adaptive Kit sticker kind of glued to the top of her laptop, and she's using her arm to hold down the laptop as she opens it. This allows her to open this laptop without using 2 hands. So the way the Surface Adaptive Kit was designed was they had a bunch of users of their own customers with disabilities bring their devices, their Surface devices, into a lab. And the team watched these users use the devices to just do their normal work. And they realized so many of the people with disabilities had actually made modifications to the devices. Some had like drilled a hole up here at the top and strung a string through to open it better. Some had like done glue dots. Some had, put like nail polish on keys. I actually was the one that had blue nail polish on the print screen key because I can't read it and I need it all the time. So Surface team said, wow, these folks are all doing these modifications they need to use our products better. Why don't we just make a modification kit? So that's how the Surface Adaptive Kit was born. It's really, really important to not ask your customers for the solution, but to really be in the business of collecting requirements. And the way to collect requirements, I found the best way is to have one-on-one conversations or observe. So think requirements, not solutions. Second, think about who can experience your product right now, right? Whatever that product might be. It can be, a non-itchy textile. It can be a piece of software. It can be a product offering. Who can experience it? And just go through the set of people. Can people who are blind, how do they experience it? People who are deaf, how do they experience it? People with limited mobility, people who may have ADHD and are overwhelmed by all of this text, people who may have dyslexia, people who may have social anxiety. How do they experience your offering? I tried to overfunction in this space and make as many accommodations obvious and don't hide accommodations, right? A lot of people have accommodations, but they only offer them if people ask. I'm like, people don't know to ask if you hide your accommodations. So I always put alt text on all my images on my website. When I send out an email, I always alt text because I never know who's a screen reader user.
Sort of the critical feedback.
My husband is yelling. I'm going to move over here.
Discuss that.
He's on a call too. Okay, so I always put alt text on images. I put captions on videos. If you're seeing my screen right now, you'll see captions at the bottom. So every time I give a PowerPoint presentation, there are captions. I try to provide transcripts of every single meeting that I have and recordings. These things just tend to help people who could not be there, may not have heard everything properly, etc. And if you are an Office user or an accessibility checker, you'll see it at the very bottom of Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Just click. It'll say Accessibility Investigate or Accessibility Good to Go. Just click and you'll get a pane like what you see here on the left side. That'll tell you whatever accessibility issues you may have, or it might be accessibility good to go. So once you know who you're including, think about who are you unintentionally excluding, okay? So say you're going through and realizing, oh, I don't know how deaf people are going to experience this. Figure out how best deaf people do experience a product or service like yours. My whole thing is do no harm. In this image, you're seeing my colleagues Rick and Caruana present something at Microsoft Ignite. And, they're telling jokes and they're doing all this. Someone who's deaf may not be able to hear what they're saying, but because of the sign interpreter on the right side, they're able to understand what is being said. So they're also able to participate. You don't have to find a way for everyone to participate the same way, but make sure everyone has a way to participate. So this is back to that point of be a hero, make your accessibility accommodations available to everyone, because you often don't know who needs the accommodation in the first place. And many times people don't even know they need the accommodations. Ever since I started turning on captions, so many people reached out to me and said, that is really cool. Thank you for doing that. I'm not deaf, but I speak another language, or I can't understand your accent that well, or it's just nice for me to see the words while you're saying them. Do not hide your accessibility settings. So many people hide them. And then 5, what is your experiment, feedback, iterate? How are you co-creating with your customers? How are you learning your customers' requirements, making changes, testing with them, taking the feedback back, and making more changes? So make sure you've got a really good loop as to how you listen to your customers and close the loop with them to tell them what you do. So I'll give you one example of inclusive design that it takes place in Microsoft Teams, which is what I'm using to present this. In Microsoft Teams, if you are somebody who is dyslexic, you can use Immersive Reader to read the chat out loud to you. If you are deaf or have ADHD and you're distracted by a background with lots of stuff going on, I blur my background to let people focus better. I do the same thing for captions and transcriptions for everyone. Someone who might be deaf, someone who might speak another language. I make the video recordings available for people who may need to consume the information later, but also someone who is absent. And then the hands up emoji in the chat is really good for people who may not feel as comfortable speaking up in meetings, but they feel much more comfortable typing or sharing some sort of an emotion about the meeting. So that is what I've learned recently. Going forward, I'm asking myself 2 questions, and I'd love everybody's help. 1, how can we make more accessible developer tools or citizen dev tools, right? How can we make more accessible code editors, more accessible cloud storage things? Like for Microsoft, I think about Visual Studio, Azure, and Power Platform. How can we make these products more accessible so more people with disabilities can go and get developer jobs? These are some of the highest paying jobs in the world, and we really want more people with disabilities to have them, because then we can have more people with disabilities becoming developers and citizen devs, which leads to better products. So it's a circular thing that the more people with disabilities you have joining your engineering teams, the better your products are going to be for everyone, but also people with disabilities. So I would love to hear any ideas you have around these things, and that is the homework that I'm assigning you today. Thank you so much for being a part of the Tech Accessibility Summit. Here are a bunch of resources. I know Rory's already given a presentation on some of these topics, but there are a ton of resources around how to make accessible websites and Android apps by using Accessibility Insights, Visual Studio Toolbox, to do a deep dive into accessibility in Visual Studio, embedding Immersive Reader into apps, looking at how to build immersive power apps or accessible power apps, and how do you do Rory's programming for accessibility down at the very bottom. Thank you so much for being with us today. It is such a joy to talk to all of you accessibility ninjas, and please do reach out and let me know how we can create a more accessible community for devs. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. That was amazing. What a way to finish the day off. We've got a couple of questions that we're going to ask. We're a little bit out of time, so we're going to limit it to 2 questions today.
Just going to turn this. One sec. Keep talking. No, I'm just trying to stop sharing my screen.
The first question is one that came to me at the start of your talk. I love the fact that you talked about your disability with dyslexia. And it's something that I try to do with my mental health issues with some interesting results. And I was wondering, how do you experience people's idea of taboos when you do talk about your disability with dyslexia?
How do I deal with the taboo factor?
Yeah. How do you deal with the taboo factor, and how do people react when you do it?
I think the best way to normalize a taboo is to talk about it a lot. So I talk about it a lot. I will bring it up in random conversations. I'll be like, hey, just being dyslexic, it would be great if someone could read that out loud to me. Or maybe we can make it bigger, or maybe we can share it out earlier so I can consume it on my own in my own time. Because I realize leaders have a responsibility to talk about their disabilities. Because if we talk about it, then we make it okay for others. And specifically around mental health, I bring it up probably every single day. I talk about, hey, we want to make sure to preserve mental health of our teams. So let's not have this meeting Friday after 12 o'clock p.m. Or let's not have this meeting Monday before noon, because we don't want our team working on the weekend. That's not good for their mental health. And I bring up the words over and over and over again. The second thing I do is I'm very, very clear when I'm taking a mental health day. I say, hey, it's been a long week. I'm taking a mental health day this Friday. Any of you should feel free to do that anytime you want to. But I'm very, very clear. I don't say, oh, I'm sick today or I'm busy. I say, I am taking a mental health day. And I want to normalize it. The best thing leaders can do is just talk about it a lot and role model the behavior. I recently read a study that said 92% of employees wish their leaders would talk about mental health more, but only about 50% of employers do. So there's a huge opportunity there for employers to better serve their employees by openly talking about disability and mental health. Do it a lot.
Thank you. And Rita, you have a question?
Yeah, so CTO of accessibility, that's a job title we don't hear very often. And I'm actually not very much aware of many leadership roles that have accessibility in the title. Do you see this changing in the near future?
Absolutely. Actually, this year is the most accessibility leadership positions I've ever seen. Right now, everybody is hiring a director of accessibility tech or a director of tech accessibility for their company. Just like if you go on LinkedIn and search for accessibility, you'll see so many jobs, and they're all in this digital accessibility space. Walmart, Atlassian, Netflix, of course, Google, Apple, all of them. But you'll see the most interesting companies start to hire accessibility directors, because everyone is realizing talking about disability and mental health is vital. Like, it's no longer an option. It's like how 10 years ago, no one had any data scientists, and now we wouldn't even run a company without a data science team. So accessibility is becoming like that, which makes me really happy. It's why I moved into the space, because I don't come from an accessibility background. I've never worked in this space before. And 6 months ago, I realized, oh, wow, this is the next big thing in tech that we should all be focusing on. And I wanted to be a part of the conversation. So that's why I changed jobs.
Thank you. Now, I know that we have more questions in the chat. I don't know how much time you have today, but if you would be able to jump into the chat and answer some of those questions, we would really appreciate it. And, well, we just want to thank you for such an excellent closing keynote to today, and thank you for your time.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful, wonderful holiday season, everyone.
You too. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
And, well, folks, I'm afraid that that's it for today. It has been an outstanding experience for us here. I hope that you've enjoyed it too. I hope that you've learned lots of things as well, and that you've got some great takeaways to take with you. We want to thank Umbraco, we want to thank Azure Thursday, the global AI community, and Microsoft Reactor for their support in organizing this event.
Yes, and also thank you to all our speakers who have taken time out of their day helping all of us on our accessibility journey. And of course, our sign interpreters who've been working tirelessly despite of our audio issues. Sorry. And thank you, everyone who was joining and listening to our talks. The talk recordings will be published shortly, and we aim to improve the captions when we do. So we're looking forward to your feedback. We learn from them, and please add them in the chat. We received feedback on Twitter from people using the hashtag, and we are very, very grateful. So thank you again for that. And for now, Stace, I think this is goodbye for now. And hopefully we'll meet again in a real life conference.
Let's keep everything crossed. Next year we can actually go back in conference and we can actually see you the same way that you can see us, or at least
in real life.
Yeah, in real life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the holiday season. And see you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.